Oh, I didn't find any music. Okay. Let me get up, take my plate away while I've got like 3 minutes. Oh gosh, I hovered over something. Oh, interesting. It was, oh, yeah.
Cunningly avoiding tooth decay by going to bed with a single square of chocolate on my tongue for the bacteria to snack on instead of my teeth. Fun fact, the bacteria in your mouth don't eat your enamel. They only eat sugars and such. The stuff that eats your enamel is the byproduct produced by the digestive process of the bacteria. In other words, the thing that causes tooth decay is the bacteria's equivalent of shit, not the bacteria themselves. Cunningly avoiding tooth decay by going to bed with a single piece of toilet paper on my tongue for the bacteria to wipe their ass on instead of my teeth.
Okay. Sure. I need to find music. What do I want to put on? What do I want? What do I put on? What do I put on? What do I put on? I actually don't know what music to put on. Don't mind me. I already have a shirt on. I don't want to put on another shirt. How hard is it to garden grow avocados? Not in Minnesota, we shouldn't. Where in the world do avocados even grow? Because I'm pretty sure that's a, like, purely southern thing. Also, they're definitely not the kind you can grow from seed, unfortunately. I'm pretty certain you can't grow them from the pit. Even though a WikiHow will insist upon itself. Or... Oh. Wait a second. Oh, interesting. The WikiHow actually teaches you how to add a a branch, but you have to still have to buy the branch to prune onto it. Or wait, what is that called again? What did they call it here? I guess just joining it. Do avocados grow? Sorry, you've already gotten me on a tangent. Look at what you've done. I just need a map. Where's my useful climate map? Usually, if I look up a plant, it'll tell me where. I don't know. I mean, I assume... Ah, yeah. Mexico, I was assuming. Didn't, like, some of the drug cartels start switching to avocados or something? Do you even have a face anymore? No. No. I did eat, though. Don't know how I did that without a face, but I did eat. This is my face. I mean, I might try to um I might try to webcam tomorrow. I don't know. I've just been consistently not wanting face. This is why it's just like, boy, maybe I should just become a VTuber like everyone else. I'm just gonna put on the Tunic soundtrack because that's 3 hours long. Very good. And I just need something on in the background while I work, and I can't think of anything else off the top of my head. Okay. I mean, I won't deny. I've been trying to think of if I could, like, find or make a 3D model of him. There's got to be a Coraline video game I can like steal from. I mean, what? Um, but also I've had a couple interesting ideas. I'm trying to organize a Mario Party Jamboree launch day party jamboree party. Man, I wish I hadn't bought the previous one because I'm Mario Kart all over again, where it's just like the better game comes out afterward. But also, if I hadn't bought the previous one, I would have contributed to the worry that we would never get good Mario Party again. Anyway, I am ready to work on the island. And at this point, just clear my inventory. Yeah, so at this point, we're on to the fun part, where I get to decorate the island. Also, apologies if I just, like, explode. I did have good food. So, yeah, I mean, it's time to plant trees, I guess. Yeah. Time to plant trees. I actually have to plan this out a bit, just because there's some, like, trees that aren't going to be as common. That's just like, okay, I should probably pick where I put them first. Also, I need to, like, test the trees. Like, yeah. I've been making them, like, so is this, so this would do. Hello, little Kirby. So hello, Golden Thomas, if I hadn't said it already. It was good nostalgia, and I think they should put those two old boards, an update for Super Series. Seems odd that two old boards on the new one. Well, now you know their logic when they were making, when they were making it or something. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, I'm just gonna start figuring out trees. So, is there like... There's like tall birch, right? Okay, I could probably actually up the spawn rate for these test ones. Just keep it at 1. Well, tall birch is indeed tall. It predate DLC. You have a whole new slew of games that could have been add-ons. Previous ones that were sold for... Why stop now? Oof. Yeah. Kinda is that, isn't it? So, yeah. So the first tree I'm gonna mess with is birch tree. Oh, by the way, off stream I might have done the whole thing I mentioned last time of the custom map equivalent of I did some mining off stream. just a little bit of cave generation. That's all. Just a little bit. Just a whole slew of caves actually. So if I do like this, it'll just like occasionally spawn one. You know what? I'll leave that birch tree. So I need to look at the old map. Actually, thinking about it, I need to do that in game because that's the easiest way to see where all the forests are. Well, maybe not the easiest way, but probably the most effective way to get an idea for what we had before. I mean, I have a general idea. Oh yeah, the cave that I just showed you from a distance. That may or may not be the same cave, just much smaller. Or I have Jamboree, but I think it might be good. Jamboree looks like if it's somehow not good, I don't know how they would have managed that. 1 second. I gotta do something important I forgot to do pre-stream. Okay. OBS is now set to high priority. It shouldn't explode now. I wonder if there's a version of... Oh my gosh, why is this so laggy? I wonder if there is a version of uBlock for the OBS browser. Yeah, so there was like a little bit of woods down here, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna put that woods back again. Maybe, but maybe not the same sort of woods that there was. Man, I don't know if I have a backup of the version of this island before I started smoothing everything. I really should have kept a version of that. Lack of customizability. So, I've heard... Now, I don't know about, like, everything, but, like, all that kind of stuff. But I have heard, that you can at least, you should at least be able to unlock, like, some kind of, like, hard mode kind of thing, or something. Or like, pro mode, or, I forget exactly what it was described as. But, it's basically, it allows you to, like, enable, like, the, like, only the skill-based mini-games, or at least what they consider to be skill-based. And I think there was a couple other things involved as well. Bot is too preemptive. Okay, there's really not much in the way of... I thought there was, like, at least another, forest like this, but there really isn't. It's interesting the way how we did, like, underwater plants back in the day. Okay. It's a nightmare. Is that why you were talking about Sims dying? I saw something in the chat about that. Okay, bot has a different has a different take. Clearly. So around here, I think I'm just gonna put like a couple birch trees. Cause like, so over here, we have birch trees, right? And so I feel like it would make sense if like over here also has an amount of birch. You know, they came over the coast. But like not too many birch trees. You know what? I don't like that weird doubled up one that spawned. Actually, what the heck? There's like 3 over here. It's hard to control. Like, there's not really just like a like tree brush where I can spawn like a singular tree. So like I have to just like I really just have to Yeah, this is maybe the hard part about this is okay. Slightly obnoxious. Maybe I should make the actual radius like 4. Oh no, the music's gonna do that thing where I'm like, can we get much higher? I do remember though the annoyingness with weddings. Though, okay, if I recall, weddings are like a total mess. And like oops. And like oddly stressful, but that's pretty accurate to the kinds of lifestyle I feel like The Sims is simulating. I feel like The Sims would reflect a stressful wedding culture. Though, I also don't know, like... it's been a while already, and I already forget, like, how actually bad it might have been. Kind of funny that the thing called tall birch isn't really guaranteed to be tall. It's just like the forest biome that's tall birch trees. Dang, is too powerful. I see. Is it the kind of thing that maybe there should be like 2 levels of it where it's just like regular people get kind of a regular light amount of sad and close relatives get a mourning, just straight up mourning status? This area is going to be like dark forest for the most part. So I don't want to go like too ham sandwich on the birch trees. But it is also like really close to the island, so I'm unsure about, and maybe I should have thought about this a moment ago. I think I have it set so that the mask is only air. And now that I think about it, is that causing problems? One second. Where is it? I just need, like, where's, like, yeah, like one of the, no, one of these sections where they're, like, really close to each other. I know there's gotta be one somewhere I left in. Right? Where? Anywhere? Yeah, like here. Oh gosh. Happens twice. Yeah, you know, hopefully nobody will ever notice. I didn't even notice this wall. Okay. Sure. You know what? What would be a good brush? Guess I'll just use a golden axe. No. Cherry. I think I do rather have the mask still be a thing, though. Whoa. That just, yeah, that was just, like, unlucky or something. Just a couple over there, you know? A teasing of cherry trees. Wilvines, so I wonder. Any items in your Sims inventory they are bestowed upon the Sims. Well, that would make some sense, I suppose. I want to put a singular. That's not where I want it to be. Singular cherry tree. No. No. Come on. Not quite. No, still not. One of those trees was correct. Nope, not happy with that. Nope. Close enough. North Hamas. Sorry, from a distance, this area looks kind of weird. And maybe it is kind of weird. It's not like my finest work. It was literally some of the stuff I did at the very start of all of this. Like, there might be some crustiness, give or take, because one of the things I was doing, I did clean most of, like, under the island, though it is interesting. I guess I still missed a spot? Huh. I thought I got all these. Weird. Yeah, there's still a couple holes. I wasn't thorough. It's not like it matters very much, so I didn't want to go, like, crazy with it. Oh, that one's perfect. Alright. That's most of the cherry trees. Really? That's interesting. I wonder if that's position based. Maybe not. This island's gonna feel so different. When I'm done putting all these trees in. Yeah, so the original maps. really did just have a forest kind of behind and around the lake. I wasn't very literal with the shape of the forest when I made it. I literally just made a square, didn't I? That's very silly. That's very silly. I can rectify this. Just, you know, occasionally try placing a tree. The successful ones get to stay. Um. So here's a silly thing while I was away for the week. Just my usual out of existence. I'm pretty sure while I was like within the week, basically I'm pretty sure there was a port strike, and then the union like finished its negotiations for the port strike. And I find it really, really funny because at first I wasn't really aware that it had happened at all until there started to be reports of people hoarding like toilet paper. Like this story is really goofy and funny to me. Like I don't know what social media might have been pushing it. Maybe Twitter. I don't know where else. I'm assuming it was heavily being fearmongered on like actual cable TV news or something, because like I know on Reddit it really didn't pop up for me. At least it felt like it didn't really pop up for me until it was more like the reporting of like um here's people reacting to it kind of thing. Like I don't know. It was very like underreported on my socials until it was basically over. Like it basically wasn't reported in the circles of things I watch until the toilet paper thing happened, and then it and then it became reported. And so yeah, I can't help but find it funny. Because the ongoing joke about it is just the fact that people hoarding toilet paper for a port strike when toilet paper is a domestically produced product. Like, I'm pretty certain it's accurate that toilet paper in the United States is mostly produced in the United States. It doesn't seem like the type of thing that would make sense to import. I know a lot of things fall into that category and are imported anyway, but like it feels like especially relevant. Oh, by the way, I finished this off stream where I did the beach and everything. So this is what this area looks like. Kind of purposefully got like the lumpiness to it. But yeah. Anyway, so back half of this island, I think we were talking about I think like birch trees and cherry trees and maybe dark oak. Um I actually wonder if I should probably do the dark oak first. Just because that one's gonna have the hardest time spawning due to the terrain, I think. Oh, we have our first undo on that. Or wait, 2 undos. Oh gosh, more undos. I mean, technically I can fix those, but it's not ideal. You know what? Okay, going forward, I'm not gonna correct those. I have an idea for how to fix them in post. But yeah, so I do definitely get the vibe that the news wanted it to be like a more dramatic thing than it ended up being. Because again, it was like, I swear, less than a week this whole thing went down. Um, but yeah. Which makes the toilet paper thing like even funnier. Again, it's always toilet paper. This is the exact kind of like weird thing where, and again, we have so much toilet paper. So there's never actually shortages. It's just about how quickly you can get it into the stores. My brother was actually telling me the other day there's a specific product that I think it's might have been type of maybe it's standard light bulbs or maybe it's another type of light bulbs, but with everything switching to LEDs over the years, certain light bulbs stopped being produced some years ago. And it's that kind of weird thing where like all the factories for them started like shutting down, and so like the oddity, he's wondering how many they had produced that were in storage. Specifically because it took years, you know, after the production was already like down, it took years before his store stopped having them. So it is one of those things where if it's not a product that spoils, you'd be amazed how long it's just in a warehouse. Like how much like back stock exists for almost anything. Anything standard anyway. But yeah, I think I was talking last week about how silly the idea is, or the silliness of the unfortunate fact that I'm convinced that if a zombie outbreak were to happen, it would go down exactly like zombie movies, specifically because everybody has it in their heads that things would be going down exactly like zombie movies. 25-year-old CD. Wow. See, look how quickly this, like, increases the vibes. I haven't even, like, added that many trees to the island, and it already feels so much more than it was before. But, yeah, so there's a part of me that can't help but assume, because apparently everybody now knows the term September Surprise, which is apparently a long-standing thing where every October before the election happens, some big thing is dropped to cause drama for whoever it affects. And so I feel like the news is wanting everything to be the October surprise. Just anything, everything, all of it. you know, if it's not gonna happen itself, they want to make it happen. How much do I want, like, trees? Yeah, I guess I could do a couple of trees on the coast. Just this week, hear about Sonic X Shadow game. You know, I feel like I feel like, yeah, that did pop up. But the only way that popped up for me was I was watching Terminal Montage, who did like a video, I think it was like something about Shadow the Hedgehog, which is just their usual, like, almost like game recap kind of thing. Where they just like recapped all the Shadow plot lines of everything. And then at like the very end, it's just like, oh, this was a big advertisement. Which adds to my recent feeling that it's just like, on one end, I like a lot of YouTube animators. On the other end, I'm starting to feel sad that without any money, I can't, like, I don't know, subscribe to the patrons or do whatever that would prevent all of the animations that come out anymore being sponsored content. Though I'm not sure at this point. Maybe they would all always do sponsors, patrons or not. See, that's an interesting thing with advertisers. There's a sort of feedback loop with advertising, isn't there? If you're relying on subscriptions to pay for the production of whatever you're making, and then you kind of switch out from like, you start taking like some sponsorships and stuff. I guess part of me is just wondering part of me is just wondering whether or not that starts a feedback loop where more and more of your viewers will start thinking, well, they're getting paid through other methods, you know, why bother spending money? Like, I don't know. Advertisements lead to more advertisements. Sup, gamers? Wait, is that why it's called Gamer Sups? Because everybody's like sup gamers? And then you pun it with supplement? Oh my gosh. It was more cringe than I thought it was. Do you like Scrabble? It's been a while since I've played it. And I know that, like, online Scrabble doesn't do it for me because, deep down, you always know that the other person's probably just opening up dictionary.com. Duh, wait. I'd probably be okay at Scrabble. I only get some spelling. Actually, I'm probably considering like, I'm gonna get some like letters backwards, and some people might correct me, but for the most part, the order of letters usually is my problem when spelling, rather than like which letters. Like, when I do have autocorrect pop up, that seems to be the case. But I feel like I have a decent vocabulary. Even if I can't enunciate properly. $264 points. Oh gosh, I don't know how the point system works. But the one thing I'm not sure if I would be amazing at is, like, I know the Scrabble boards tend to have all of the like other stuff, the multipliers or score bonuses or whatever, I think. So I'm not sure how good I would be at the actual game aspect of it. I'm debating whether I update to Minecraft 1.21, because I'm pretty sure the shaders I want to use, I can only have Distant Horizons and the shaders in 1.21. The heck is going on over here? You know what? I know exactly what I need. Brush, sphere, air 12, mask, craft leaves. Yeah, I can only do one tag, and I don't like that. So I'm just gonna go with logs. Because logs, it'll cause the leaves to die. Oh gosh, but did it also spawn some dirt? Ew. Yeah, this is gonna be the one problem while I work on this map. Sure. So what do we got? Carriage, invents, engraced, martyr, binary, that, my brain is not evil, zoo, text, joe, fathers, fat heads. I guess, isn't that just the characters from Rocko's Modern Life? I feel like, unless that's like also just like an insult, I guess, I definitely feel like this reminds me why Scrabble. Wait, somebody just 1 second. I'll be right back. returning, chat. Problems have been solved and reported. Okay. Sorry, I'm back. At first, I thought it was just the, at first I thought it was just something in the music, but I've heard this music enough that I knew that there wasn't just, like, a doorbell? The neighbor, was giving us free food again. They had, like, just some spare, like, corn and stuff. Though, now I have even more zucchini to figure out what to do with. So, boy. Maybe I should make that zucchini bread. How dare you, bot? Oh, wait. Barely boring. Never mind. Bot lives. But, the doorbell wouldn't stop ringing over and over again. It's really freaking weird. I guess that's the oddity of being neighbors with a neighbor that does catering, is occasionally they just have stuff they don't need, which is very nice. I like it. But yeah, the doorbell thing was really funny. Goofy, even. Come on, spawn one. There we go. Go. Gosh. I sure sound like Banjo. Anyway, where was I? About nouns? Or something in Scrabble? And you have to be, like, really careful with like, names? Maybe what I said earlier about nouns isn't quite accurate, but there's definitely a part of me that feels like, things like company names or product names. Common names, I guess, are fine, but, I don't know, like, at the point where, like, you could definitely, like, everything's a word. So long as it has, like, enough letters, it's basically a word. See, Minecraft benefits from the golden rule that forests, by default, are pretty. Before I can do the jungle, I need to, I need to make one specific thing in the jungle. Also, side note, so I've had videos from yonder old watch later list on, which is like always a year behind. So there's been a lot of skibbity toilet references. But I am reminded that watching other people play Among Us is still like the funniest thing. Like, depends on the streamer group, but definitely the group that Vinny ends up in with like people like, you know, Ross or Kryken or others like that. Or you know, Germa was on there once. Notifications? Oh, Will. Oh. I'll have to download that after the stream, but I think besides some last minute stuff, should be good at this point. I don't know if Will has actually got the stream open, but Will was sending me something. But now, okay, when I say Among Us is still the funniest thing, I should note VR Among Us specifically. Regular Among Us is like decent and funny, and similar Among I games are similarly funny. But VR Among Us like really took it to another level in terms of like just I don't know. There's just something really stupidly funny about that one. I think it's partially the fact that people have like the control of their hands. Oh, I should have a map in my hand, speaking of. Now, granted, this part of the map is hard to map. So the one thing I'm not 100% sure how I'm going to do with the way these brushes work. So, generally speaking, I don't want my trees to just be like Minecraft, where the trees just like are on the dirt. I kind of want to do that, where we're like, I'm not sure if that looks actually good with the birch tree as much as it does the others. I wonder what other things I have. Isn't there like rooted dirt now? I wonder what that looks like. I mean, that's surprisingly not too bad. It's simple, but it works. Granted, like ones like this, like might just be better like that. So like a couple of these spots might not be ideal. But I think generally it's better than just leaving it. Because like, especially on these big ones, I think you can kind of understand where just, you know, there's like a little bit better logic to it. But the other spot that this is going to affect are things like the stacked trees, which is, yeah, like this. Where it's like, I need to replace like air, leaves, logs, and like grass and dirt. It's like I have to replace a lot of different things to make it work. I might end up, instead of using the block tags, I might just have to make a really long mask list. Not a single spot I can fit a tree on there. Okay. Well, there's this island tree-ified. Excuse me. Don't know why I have a cough all of a sudden. Yeah, I'm debating. I do think I'm gonna do all the trees first. and then I'm gonna do like the flowers and then the grass. It seems like the most logical way to do this. Ooh, this one will be interesting. Oh yeah, I saw it on Discord. I wasn't sure if you had the stream open already. I'm down to call if you want, but only if that is yonder mood. Okay, so we've got, what do we got? Mangrove. Mass air water. Sure. So let's see how these mangrove. Like, is there like a different sized mangrove? No, not time for BRB. Alrighty. Hello.
Hey. Let me turn my gain up. Resets every time I restart my computer for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, I'll do some audio balancing once you're settled in.
I'm good.
Oh man, that was a nasty cough from me. Yeah, just balancing you with the music and everything. But yeah, so I think I've done all of the
Biome transformation.
yeah, like all the biomes are colored. I off stream I even put caves in, but I kind of left those as like a fun little surprise for you to discover.
All right.
There's a couple of fun little, I guess, secrets.
Good. Yeah, I was at the Games Expo last week, so I didn't watch at all what you were doing, and then I was like, oh yeah, he wanted that map, and I can't do that. I forgot.
Right.
No.
Yeah. I mean, it works out.
Not that I think there's like a whole lot, like there's terraforming and clearly stuff that I would have done, but I don't really think I added like a whole lot necessarily.
Yeah, because I guess you weren't here last week. So I did finish the Lunar Islands. Which now I'm adding the trees and everything. Which I ended up only putting these 3 little dot islands on the end. I did try doing them down on the other end. They just didn't look good for some reason. I can't quite figure out why, but yeah, last week's stream was mostly just doing this island.
Funnily enough, some of the topography changes and ideas I have, I might even just change. Yeah, I have some ideas. Oh, I see the volcano looks different. The big one, the big chunk.
Oh yeah. I finished that one. I actually did off stream. I did a lot of stuff off stream. Basically, I started the stream that day. With I keep making the joke of, so I did some mining off stream. The volcano was definitely one of those.
That looks nice.
Which I also I got the biome colors in, and while I'm here, something I demonstrated last week that I put a couple around the island for. Hello, undead.
Some teleporters?
Yeah, I added a handful of teleporters. They take you to a couple spots of the map.
Nice.
Some are easier to tell where they are than others, but Minecraft maps are terrible.
Yeah.
They're actually really annoying.
Once I start actually getting cities and stuff in, then
right, yeah, it'll be a little easier to tell. Who are you with? Oh, this is Will.
Yeah.
This is yonder man that I'm making the map for.
I'm the guy.
He's the guy.
Yeah, I have kind of something similar to this, a command block center in the map room in the old map that I have to all of the major cities and stuff, so I might fiddle with it once. I do like the little look of it, though.
Yeah, I had a bit of fun making my own little, police box thingy. Also, with it, I was playing around with some of the new blocks and made a little first building.
Hey, I mean, I don't know. Oh gosh, I'm gonna have a lot of fun.
Man,
I think I'm gonna
it's
I'm getting a
weird.
lot of varied ideas.
Signs have existed for so long, and I'm not sure if I've ever used them like this.
That's fair. I use them for stuff like I've used them for like bench or pew like ends, like armrests or stuff,
Yeah.
and a few things. But I don't know if I've ever really used them for just pure decoration. But that is nice.
I do like the hanging signs that they added like an update or two ago.
Yeah, I don't think I've gotten around to using those at all.
Yeah, man. The one thing I really like is the fact you can edit signs after placing them. It's like that wasn't a thing for so long. Now it feels weird that it wasn't a thing. Anyway, let me just teleport back to where I was, because that's going to be a little faster. Also, yeah, you're right. It is, like, really weird without foliage, now that there is foliage.
Right.
This is the closest one. Cool. Yeah. It is weird seeing how different the island, the lunar island looks now. It definitely was.
I like it.
It definitely was a good call to put the sort of forested bits and the like hills on the back.
In the back, yeah.
Is that a pig man? What was that noise?
Where? I don't know.
Was that a motorcycle?
Oh, something did just kind of scream by.
Oh my gosh! It sounded like a pig man through the microphone. Because I guess I have Minecraft on the brain.
I mean, sure. Yeah, because this is, well, I mean, this is kind of where the bridge to Lunar Island was, but since this is now this derelict, swampy area, probably won't be here anymore, which is fine.
Yeah, I actually wonder what.
Since I'm also planning on making, since I'm planning again, like I said, I think the last time I was on stream, I still don't really know what I'm doing with the series. So,
True.
Realistically speaking, this is probably as good a time as any to really just kind of take all the changes of this map and just run with them and totally like retcon everything and be like, okay, like, because over there on that like weird sort of peninsula thing in between here and Lunar Isle, it was like, this is a tiny little whatever where one of the other team bases is, and it's just like one of those things where it's like, but if I have too many teams and I have too many characters, it's going to drive me nuts, and most of these characters are nothing and existed in a middle school, high school, like my brother sure is annoying, isn't he? Like,
right, yeah.
So whatever. Man, those mangrove planks you used on that building looked great.
Mangrove is like
I can't wait to use those.
Best wood they've added in so long. The red,
because
it's so good.
Because they added the nether woods, and I was like, oh hey, I finally kind of have a redwood. It's kind of weird, but it'll work. And the blue wood, but
right, yeah, crimson's okay, but
so,
mangrove is.
It's actually red. Like that's more of a kind of, I don't know, off magenta. I don't know.
For all of my criticisms of Minecraft at times, the one thing I can't complain.
Which there are a lot.
Yeah, a little bit, a little lot.
Speaking of wood, and new wood specifically, what is your opinion on the new biome of which I can't remember the name off the cuff?
Oh, I don't have too much of an opinion yet. I know that that's still like in snapshot mode, but at first it seemed a little odd, and then I realized, they're supposed to spawn adjacent to dark forests, so it's like you transition from like color to not color. Okay, some of these mangrove trees really like, boy oh boy do they try. But the one thing I was gonna say, I guess before we get on that other tangent, is for all my complaints of Minecraft, the one thing I can say is I do think a lot of the more recent blocks are like very good. For a while there, I wasn't like the happiest with like some of the new like block additions, but I think they've
because they weren't really like super focused. Like it's always been like, oh, we're gonna hyperfixate on like this little thing, and it's like, okay, because that was my thing. Because I'm Mr. Creative over here, and I'm like, new Minecraft update. What blocks do you got? And it's like, we have a few. It's like I don't really like those, but whatever.
Like the
like,
one thing,
copper was an addition that I looked at, and I was like, okay, so what's the point? Like, yeah, they can kind of look nice, especially if you glaze it with the honey, but like, what do you use copper for? Like, it's everywhere. It's like, well,
so
yeah.
For me, the one thing that's like kind of awkward is there's like a part of me that likes the colored concretes as like a slightly better color terracotta, but the thing that drives me insane is the mechanic. The mechanic that you use the concrete powder to make the concrete, which just leaves us with an entire set of colored sand that you can barely use properly as sand because it turns to concrete if it touches water.
Even rain?
Maybe not rain, but definitely like, so the volcano, I used it, but the amount of it that's underwater, like I can get away with it because of the volcano's aesthetic, but the underwater portions are just concrete, whereas the rest of it's like a nice black sand beach. And I would have actually used that.
I see.
I would have used that all over the island for like different beaches, like the sand around the those white cliffs I made. I would have definitely used white sand to go with it. Oh, that's weird. The water's not filled in over here. But yeah.
I hope their new model of updating kind of just works out better.
You mean the old model? the before Microsoft bought the model of update?
Correct. I don't know how much I really like ever paid attention to like stuff until
I mean, all of the old like beta updates and everything was literally, hey, here's a new item, drops it immediately as an update. Right. Just like,
because I feel like that's something that you can really just be like, people can go, oh, this would be neat, and I'm like, sure.
Like, I guess like the thing that's kind of interesting is thinking about how there were like 7 updates for beta, and you could be like, oh, beta updates weren't very exciting, but then you realize beta existed like entirely within like 1 year, so it's like one update, all of it at once if you look at it that way.
Yeah. Which
ends up giving you like, beds and all kinds of like new blocks and all the initial redstone mechanics.
You can still kind of do what they've been doing, because again, it's like, have like an annual big update where you focus on a specific like core feature or core mechanic and like tweak that around while just adding fun little additions, because it's nice to have something new or something purposeful, or like a new animal or a new little biome thing, or something. But
I think what broke them was the caves and cliffs update.
I mean,
it's such a good update, but boy oh boy did that just destroy the development cycle. Oof.
Right.
Oh, I actually kind of feel bad for the developers during that.
Still want brighter torches or something.
Man, there is such a tease. I really wish the engine could handle colored light, because like we have so many light blocks now. We have torch, soul torch, redstone torch, sort of. The lantern, the soul lantern, end rod, sea lantern, redstone lamp, glowstone, shroom light. The weirdest ones are these frog light blocks.
Right?
Yeah, these like 3 frog light blocks, which are like, I don't know how you get them, and I'm assuming it's frog related, but
I have those now.
I actually kind of like them.
Yeah, they look nice.
Yeah, they're interesting in the fact
They
that
look
there's like,
really good.
yeah, it makes me think.
Well, the thing is, for the longest time, it's like as far as light blocks went, you had glowstone and redstone lamps. And redstone lamps were not particularly bright, if memory serves. So,
I think
okay.
everything's basically the same light level, but it's all about where you can put
Was
them.
it? Mm-hmm. Because you have to power it, right? A redstone lamp.
Yeah.
No, maybe that was it.
My favorite thing with redstone lamps is making bases that all are wired onto like the same redstone so that I can have power outages. I mean, what? That's like the most
Then,
role playing I'll ever do in Minecraft is like my entire modded series that I didn't really finish doing was basically centered around my base having a generator that if it ever goes out the entire base would lose electricity. But it drove me crazy because there's apparently no like, so most of the mods use like the same, like they call it like forge energy, but there's like no lamps that are powered by forge energy, at least none within any of the packs I could find or any of the things I was installing. So I was kind of driven insane by this like prospect of wanting lamps that would actually go out if my energy ran out. I just wanted to have fun, and I picked the one thing that's apparently impossible. But yeah, it is interesting because actually, is it available in? No, maybe not available in the creative inventory. Can I give this item to me?
What item?
Mr. Light. Is it just a light? Yeah, it is just a light. How do I use these?
What?
So this is like a weird thing you can do, which
is that like
it's
an
a
education edition thing or whatever?
No, it's just a I don't know how to make it go away. There it goes. So it's just an invisible light that's for creative mode.
Oh.
So you can light stuff up without actually having any lights. But I think
Interesting. What's the 15? Is that how many blocks it lights up?
Yeah, alright, you just have to click it.
Oh.
I don't know what these numbers are that it's cycling. I think it's weird. It's like overlaying its own numbers. But yeah, I guess you can put it down to 0 and
I love lamp.
Blam. Blam. But yeah, they're only visible if you like the light is always visible, but you can only interact with them when you're holding the item. But yeah, they're just an odd other thing they added. But you know, if Ratboy Genius can base a series around Minecraft builds, you can too. Sorry, I was just thinking back to what you were saying earlier about taking the map and running with it. And that kind of was what the guy that made the Ratboy Genius stuff, he just had like, I guess his like Technic world. And he's just like, yep, this is a factory for a story now. But
that's one of the great things that Minecraft just kind of has. Like, I kind of plan to, for my other comic series, just kind of like, I don't know, if I need to have like a building or something, just kind of go in and be like, let's see what we can do here. Because, you know, I'm sure there are other programs and stuff that's probably better than that. I just like Minecraft. Like,
you know what I should do? As like you know, just playing Minecraft forever on stream, never freeing myself from this. I should start making the world for like my own story stuff. all of the like stuff me and Gold have done over the years. I didn't really think about it too much, but I very much could just start working on that, just as like an unending thing, because I've drawn maps for the general area, but I wanted to do more, I guess. Haven't gotten a chance.
I mean, that's the thing that happened, like, you know, when you finish the other map, because it's like, I'm writing these stories for a few years, you know, high school, like into middle school, through high school, and it's like, that map that I drew is the end of the second book, which, to be fair, I could have drawn that at any point during the second book, but it's like, you know, just having that and kind of having like names and places, like that helped, but then I, you know, physically got the map used, and I was like, okay, now I have like a frame of reference, even if this map isn't like as realistically big as the actual places. It's like, you know, I can go like, oh, there would be this here, or there would be that there. We could go to this, or this could be a backdrop, or you know, something. You know, because most of the time it's just like, you know, I could probably look through those 160 stories I wrote, and it's like most of these either take place in the base of which the characters, you know, have, or just some random area, like nowhere specific.
By the way, Chad, so, I hope is Will's audio good? I forgot to ask earlier. Yeah, I'm letting you talk here.
They're all sitting here like, you know, Crab's all, oh yeah, what do you think about that?
Well, I'm thinking like it's the I keep forgetting that like what I'm hearing through Discord is like sounds fine, but it's just like I also don't know on the other end of it is like, are you just like blowing out speakers? Right. Like, because there is a limiter on it, and I keep forgetting that like you might sound fine, but I don't know what the limiter's doing. Oh gosh.
That's fair.
Anyway, Gold says you're fine, so it's probably fine. Anyway, keep going. Something, I don't know if I've reset too far back, but something about backdrops, or I don't know.
Yeah, it's just like, I mean, you just, you know, honestly, you'd even probably just like go into Minecraft, go to a landscape, take a picture of it, probably just paint over it, like.
Oh yeah, I've actually, I think I've seen people use Minecraft as basically their 3D modeling program for backgrounds.
You know, and again, like I said, are there better ones to use? Probably. Like, you know, whatever. But your bot has strange tastes in foods. To be fair to the bot, I didn't think that the peanut butter pickle burger at Killer Burger would be, you know, good when I first heard about it. But it's one of the best things ever. So
I feel like you might have just like neuron activated Thomas, because Thomas is the source of the peanut butter hot dogs, and now you have informed him of a, what did you say, a peanut butter pickle burger?
Peanut butter pickle burger at Killer Burger, which, as far as I'm aware, is I don't know if it extends outside of Oregon.
And thus, Thomas finally travels.
Voted best burgers in Portland for 5 years. I mean, I think it started in Portland, so I don't know what locations do we have. Okay. Mostly in Oregon. I think there's a couple here in Washington. There's 2 in Washington. Spokane and Hayden Lake. I think it's still Washington. Might be in Idaho. I can't tell on this map.
I could actually believe pickles and peanut butter going well together.
And then, yeah, it's mostly in Oregon. You have one down in Medford, one in a couple in Eugene, and then one in Salem, and then like a bajillion in Portland area. Like this 5 over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, it's hilarious. So oh hey, look, there's one in Texas, San Antonio. So there you go. If that's your closer one, that's the furthest out east it gets.
So that's
Texas.
how they're getting people to move from the West Coast to Texas.
I like how they have a world map. It's only in America, and even in America, like I said, it's mostly on the West Coast.
I guess whatever they're using for that is probably just really like easy to just set up and put your pins on.
Yeah, probably. I'm not too fond of pickles, but maybe peanut butter is what's been missing. It's again, it's one of those things that like I don't super love pickles on my burger, but it's like specific in there. It's like this kind of sweetened peanut butter sauce, and then with the pickles, and then I think they have another sauce in there, but it's on the burger, and it's just really good. I remember I was with my friend, was at his house, and his mom came home. Was like, "Hey, we have an extra peanut butter pickle burger," and I was like, "That sounds like I like peanut butter pickle sandwiches," and I'm like, "That sounds really odd," and he's like, "No, you gotta try this," and I was like, "All right," and I did, and it was great, and so. Anytime I go over there, it's like that's probably what I'll get. Like they have other really good burgers too. Like, that's not all they have. But
the bot doesn't seem too happy about this.
the bot can stick it in his ear.
Funny enough, I just made some relish the other day. It just reminded me of things that we put on our burgers sometimes. Oh man.
No, I don't think I hate relish or dislike it or anything. It's not one of those ones I ever really use for anything. I just don't think about it.
Relish is an odd one because like it kind of depends. If you're getting like the sweet relish from the store, yeah, I ain't putting that on like a burger. I don't know. It's like that's like a different vibe. But if you make like a standard like just homemade relish or just find one that's similar.
Sweet pickles are so weird to me. Like the only pickles I really eat are dill pickles. Like if I'm gonna have a pickle, it's going to just be that. Like any other kind of pickle is like, this is really weird. But you have like gherkins or like some kind of smaller like sweet pickle. It's like pickles shouldn't be like sweet or trying to be sweet, I suppose I should say. Like that's not a flavor that it should be. It should be,
because like vinegar
It
is
should be bitter. It should be like, like
there's like core ideas.
I don't know. Pickle, it makes you go, yes, a pickle. I don't know.
Yeah, and that's where like I was realizing recently, like pickles on burgers, I like that, but unfortunately, they're oftentimes they're a secondary tomato situation, where like tomato I actually like on burger, but
I like tomatoes.
they're the ones, they're like the one thing that wants to leave the burger.
That's fair.
They're like actively trying to escape. And which funny enough, I found it's easier to keep the tomato on if you put it like under the burger instead of on top.
Sweet and spicy, like flaming hot potato chips in general, or like anything flaming hot, like Cheetos. 'Cause, to be fair, like flaming hot Cheetos, I don't particularly think of them as sweet and spicy, but I also don't think of them as like good either. Like, I'm currently
to be
eating
fair,
jalapeno.
I hate them.
I'm actually currently eating jalapeno cheddar Cheetos, and those are fantastic because they taste good, because they taste flavorful. I eat flaming hot Cheetos, I just hate myself.
Oh my gosh, I have so many red jalapenos I still have in the freezer that I need to do something with. Oh no.
Red jalapeno.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, we had a bunch of jalapenos go like, red on the pepper plants. We grew way too many of them. We did a few things like making a hot sauce. What was that?
Guess I didn't know that could happen.
I'm not 100%. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure whether this means they're spicier, but they are so spicy for jalapenos.
Yes.
I don't know what I did, but I feel like I've messed up. Because there's
like,
so many.
I hate flaming hot Cheetos. It's just like, this doesn't taste like, this just tastes like pain and sadness.
I definitely I definitely am mixed on
Also,
spicy
I'm
things.
also like really white, so like not redneck white, like European white. So like I don't do spice very well.
So
Anyway, so that yeah, that's the thing. It's like red jalapenos are a thing. It's like I'm sure most people probably knew that, but I don't because I don't eat peppers or spicy things.
I think
So
basically any pepper can go red. Like the bell peppers, the red or
no,
yellow
it's
ones.
fair,
Yeah, they're just
right? And
more right.
I guess I've always well, but I guess I've always just thought, oh, that's just a different kind of
Right.
like strain of them because like there's different tomatoes. Like you have like those kind of yellow tomatoes that are really good, and like the kind of bell tomatoes, and you have
Oh yeah,
cherry
tomatoes are
tomatoes,
weird.
row
Yeah.
tomatoes, and like you know, like
And those
there's all kinds of stuff
definitely,
like that.
if
Or
they're not,
apples, like how many different kinds of apples are there? So like you look, it's like oh, there's these traffic light bell peppers here, and it's like yeah, that's just they're
try.
that one's green, that one's yellow, that one's red, like
Now the one
you
oddity
know.
with bell peppers, is there are straight up just like purple ones, and that's just a whole different
I
variety.
didn't know that. I mean, to be fair, I also didn't know for the longest time that there were that there were purple carrots, and B that that's like the original color of carrots.
Ooh, I didn't actually know that. Interesting.
Yeah, orange is not their natural color. That was genetically like they were bred to be orange,
Weird. Why?
or at least not the popular carrots. So yeah, it's like they're originally that more kind of purple color.
Wait. Oh, so wait, are carrots more related to like beets somewhere down the line?
I mean, I would imagine so.
Now that I think
Some,
about it, yeah, purple makes sense as a color for them when I think, oh wait, beets. Yeah. Okay. Weird.
radish or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
And they grow in a similar fashion, so
Odd that they would pick orange.
right. Now, if we could just like start genetically modifying and have some blue vegetables or fruits.
Yep.
We don't have a whole lot of those, if
Blue?
any, really. It depends on what color. Depends on what color you think blueberries are.
Yeah, like
Color of
besides
blueberries.
fruit, I feel like blue is one of those oddities where like I feel like they just, even if they can breed something blue, our brains don't like the purple peppers. My brain like kind of rejects the kind of color they are because it makes me want to think the vegetable is moldy.
At the very least, purple still has some red in it, so it's not entirely like.
Yeah, well, I think it's because like the inside ends up white too, and it's just there's something off about how those look. Also the ones we grew that we had, I don't know if it's the variety's fault or if it's the soil composition, but they were the most bitter peppers we ever had. They were horrible. Oh, it was...
This summer, I wanted to try to grow some parsley, just like in a pot in my office, because I was like, like I like parsley, and I don't
Yeah.
have a garden area in my apartment, so I just have a little pot on my desk at work and grow some parsley. And the first time I did it, it just kind of I don't think I was watering it very well, and it was a very small pot. So then I tried again. I got a slightly bigger pot from a greenhouse, and I don't think I cleaned it out very well because like I planted it, it started growing, and then like I'd come back every day, and one of the sprigs that sprouted up was like cut off. There's like a bug in there, I think.
Oh yeah, I hate.
I ended up with no parsley. I was like, dag nabbit, nah, summer's over.
I'm
So I'll just have
probably
to.
gonna try all the herbs again, but I find herbs really annoying to start, and then when you finally get them like grown, they're like usually pretty stable. Like I had that gigantic basil plant for a while inside. Just on a sort of semi-hydroponic setup. Do need to try growing some new sprouts, but I'm considering I want to move. I'm stuck in a weird like stasis where I don't really want to start new projects. Because it's just just abandoning plants.
Yeah. Did you know that Mountain Dew was originally conceived as a whiskey mixer?
I am not surprised, considering it is kind of one of the better alcohol mixers that I have used.
I guess I've just never thought of it. Like, I just was watching somebody's. I mean, it's like that makes sense. I don't know if I've ever really mixed it with anything. Of course, I don't usually also buy regular Mountain Dew. If I'm drinking Mountain Dew, it's gonna be not
Code Red or
based.
something.
Yeah, I'm drinking Code Red right now. It's a good.
I'm pretty sure that's my brother's favorite as well. Code Red's weird because I both sort of really like it and also sort of really hate it. Because, like,
yeah, I get that.
My brain becomes aware that it tastes like chemically, and then stops wanting to drink more.
Because I like cherry. Like, cherry's my favorite.
Yeah.
I like cherries as a fruit, but I also like cherry flavored things.
Yeah,
And,
like, I guess
like
cherry
Code Red,
flavor
it's
is
like-
almost like a whole different thing from actual cherries.
right. It's like I like Code Red. It's not my favorite. Like, I think Voltage or Baja Blast or
Oh my gosh,
are
Baja
better.
Blast
Actually,
is like
if I'm gonna,
illegal. Dude.
can I bemoan? Can I mourn the Sangria Blast? I don't know if you ever
I'm not
tried
sure.
that when it was a. So that was back 10 years ago. That was another Taco Bell exclusive they had alongside Baja Blast. It was like, I think it was a cherry pomegranate flavor. It was
Ooh,
amazing.
interesting.
It was so good. And they had it for a year or two. They even had it out in the stores, like in bottles, like, how. I mean, I think now Baja Blast is kind of a permanent fixture. I haven't seen it disappear from stores.
Yeah.
So I think it's kind of now become a permanent fixture. But, like, it would occasionally be like, oh, hey, Baja Blast is now in stores for a limited time. But they did have a Sangria too. And it's just so good. And then it just gone. It was around the time that Taco Bell culled its menu, and it was like, yes, all those things you like, gone. It's like, well, that's kind of silly, but considering that Taco Bell items are literally just like the same thing prepared differently.
Such an odd company, just in its existence of, like, both somehow a very consistent existing fast food place, but also, like, it's also kind of like the test market thing for, like, different weird sodas and other things that end up catching on further.
So, of course, Baja Blast is like the Taco Bell exclusive.
Right.
I don't go to KFC a lot, but there is a KFC Taco Bell joint store near my.
You were looking at chat.
Yes.
I was so automatic.
And the town went over for me, and it's not the Taco Bell. It's actually the KFC, but they have a peach honey Mountain Dew.
Oh, interesting.
It's very strong. Like, you want chemically, it's like, I'd like this if it wasn't as strong as it is.
Water it down, like a poor person, like me. What? Huh?
Right. But
That pause.
what was I saying?
Right,
What was
yeah.
I saying? I felt like I was gonna say something. Oh yeah. So I remember. I don't remember what chats I dropped it in. I could probably look it up, but I just remember.
Yeah.
So back when I was in high school.
Sort of.
So over 10 years ago, like 15 years ago. Yes. Yeah, I think this is supposed to be a Savannah, right? Yeah.
Are you okay? What was that?
Yeah, that was me just saying I was in high school 15 years ago and realizing how old I am. But
high school.
But I remember they had this chicken flatbread thing in Taco Bell, and I remember it was amazing. And then it went away, and then it came back, and then it went away. It did that thing, and then it just didn't come back. It was like gone for years and years. And every so often, I'd think to myself, "Man, I wish they'd bring that back. It was delicious." And earlier this year, when I was over in Maryland for MagFest, I drove to Taco Bell. There was one close to a hotel, and I was just like, "I'm gonna get some Taco Bell," and I saw it on the menu.
What do you mean tall mangrove? What is this tall mangrove? 1 second. Did I miss out on a really cool looking tree or what? Let's see. Go ahead. Continue.
I I saw it on the menu there, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, is it back or is it just in Maryland? Like, is it just now on this
So
side
wait,
of the country?" I have
what
no
was it
idea.
again?
It was this chicken flatbread. It was just like a Taco Bell. It was just flatbread, sauce, cheese, chicken, folded in half.
See, I don't go to. My brother might recognize things from Taco Bell, but I don't go there enough myself to know. Like,
Oh,
I've seen that.
again, when I was in high school, there was a Taco Bell that moved its location like 2 blocks from my house. And so
Ah,
I
see.
ate a lot of Taco Bell. I liked Taco Bell before. Like, it wasn't one of those things where it was like, oh, you Taco Bell. I liked Taco Bell before, but like that was the golden era. It's like, hey, we got our $79, $89, $99 menu, and cents, 70 cents. I say dollar menu. $78. 78
$78.
89 cents. Yeah. And so I'm like, yeah, and they're like, hey, the beefy 5-layer burrito for 89 cents. I just want that to sink in to anybody who has been to Taco Bell recently and paid $4.50 for a stupid
man.
burrito that should cost $1. But like, they had that and the shredded chicken taco. I don't even think it was shredded at the time. I think it was just the chicken burrito. I just go there. I get like 3, like mix and match, like 3 things of those, and just be like, this is so good. Walk by the convenience store in the corner on my way home, get a soda, just go home, and be like, yes, this is perfection. And they had like all those kinds of experimental things. Like, they had the volcano taco, which they don't have anymore. And one year they did the blackjack taco, which was like a Halloween inspired, like, oh, it's got a black shell and it's just a taco with a special sauce. It's like, I don't know, that's pretty good. And it's just, I don't feel like they do too many interesting things. That's not true. That's not true. I remember a couple of years ago.
He's breaking
I
down.
remember a couple of years ago. I love me my Taco Bell. I saw them do. I get these like news notifications. It's like, Taco Bell is now doing a Cheez-It Gordita Crunch. Or no, it wasn't the Gordita Crunch. It was like the what's the like disc shaped one? Like,
crud, I don't really know these by name.
I don't know, man. But it's like, yeah, it's just we put a giant Cheez-It in the thing.
Oh wait.
And I was like, that sounds really good. And then I like go to my Taco Bell and it's like, yeah, I think that's just in some select test markets. And I'm like,
I feel like
curses.
I know. Wait, is it like the Crunch Wrap or something maybe, or?
That's it, the Crunchwrap Supreme.
Yeah, I think.
And they began recently, and I actually had it, and it was a little underwhelming. It was not that big of a Cheez-It. It was very thin. It wasn't very crunchy.
There's a couple funny things where my brother will see something and then like just figure out how to recreate it at home, basically.
That's fair.
And yeah, like I feel like that might have been one of those things, but also just thinking in general, probably my favorite thing recently was this like weird trendy, like basically the ingredients of just a cheeseburger, like a Big Mac type cheeseburger, but in burrito form. Where you like grill it.
I think McDonald's literally did that, where they made like Big Mac wraps.
Yeah, like, so the thing that was specifically that, like, I mean, sure, I could go to a fast food and get something similar for way more money. I mean, what? But the thing that you really don't getting it at like fast food is the fact that we actually grill like the meat and the burrito like upside down on the grill, and oh my gosh, actually grilling it is so good. Oh, that's the sound of my arteries clogging.
And I remember, again, you want me to complain about inflation.
So this
It's
just turned into a food conversation. I'm so sorry, chat. Oh, I'm so sorry.
remembering the dollar menu existing anywhere. You go to McDonald's and it's like a McDouble's over. It's like $4.50. Depending on game design is wrong. It might be. I'm talking about McDonald's, bot. Like, you want wrong? Their prices, like, crime against humanity.
I legitimately find it weird because, like, again, I don't actually know why the prices of fast food went up the way they did, besides pure greed, with the economy being an excuse. Because yeah, buying things at the store went up, but not by any degree amount like similar. Like, legitimately, I keep track of like how expensive the stuff I eat is, and it's just like, despite the amount of like homemade burgers Dan's been making recently, like my cost of living hasn't increased that much.
Last time I ate a Big Mac, I'm looking. Not last time. Anytime I eat a Big Mac, I'm like, they need to like change the name. This isn't big. This isn't any iota of big, and it's not just a, oh, I'm bigger. I mean, maybe, but it's like, no, this is just pathetic. So I'm just but maybe, you know, maybe it's one of those things, you know. Oh, it also went up to help encourage people to not go there because it's unhealthy. That's why McDonald's looks like it does now. Like, you ever go to a McDonald's in the 90s and it was fun, it was colorful, and you had Nintendo 64s and GameCubes in there. You had the play place. It was great. Now you walk in and it's just depressing.
I saw a meme recently where, like, everybody wanted McDonald's to grow up like SpongeBob, but McDonald's grew up like Squidward. Or just something along those lines. Like,
Farmers are warning that we should expect prices raised because of cost rates, livestock, and I mean, that's the thing too. Like, I think we live, you know, I think a lot of people, especially like in cities, you know, you live not really thinking about where this stuff comes from, and that, like, there's still very much, you know,
true. I guess
people who make this stuff. It's not just like it all comes out of a factory, like, you know, Impossible Burgers or whatever. But
now, ironically, the fact that farms are run like factories is sort of like part of the problem, because I'm pretty sure the livestock issues was because the conditions of the animals were like so bad that a bunch of diseases just like destroyed a bunch of factory farms. So it's just like pure greed all the way down is seemingly the answer. Oh.
I mean, like, I don't know. I think it'd be like, just make bigger farms. But, like, you know, you ever drive through Montana? Not a lot in Montana. There's a lot of open fields in Montana. It's like, you know, you probably put something there. I don't know.
I've only, let's see, where have I been? I have been...
No offense to anybody who lives in Montana.
I have been in rural Pennsylvania and rural Arizona. Somewhere in the middle of those two concepts is probably Montana.
I've never been to Pennsylvania or
Arizona.
Or Arizona, so
yeah,
I couldn't tell you.
Pennsylvania is just to my north, so it's like a casual drive. Visit relatives or whatever else, you know, pass by what is it, Camp David or whatever on the way up. I mean, what? Huh? You know, go past the NSA if I want to go the other way. I mean, what? Huh? Why is it all government? Huh?
Always has been.
But yeah, rural areas like that are just simple hilly areas. But yeah, just quite a lot of the United States is pretty much just farms.
Look, just take those areas, free-range chickens. Like, what are they gonna do? Just throw them out there, they'll chicken and be fine, and then you just come through and grab them and take them somewhere, and conduct your business. I don't know. I'm not
Sorry.
a farmer. What do I look like?
Well, I guess maybe for the
Probably terrible idea. I'm
Yeah.
making some people cringe. What's the city of
maybe
freaking-
not the answer to the eggs, but
Well, right. I mean, eggs is one thing, but like, you
just the
know,
meat.
how much we've got KFC, we've got
Maybe-
Popeyes,
Maybe
we've got, again the aforementioned Taco Bell. Like everything has chicken.
maybe the price of free
Meat.
range chicken will go down the
Just
next
have
time
freer range chicken.
the next time we have like a locust infestation or something that they have to get rid of, or just like release like hundreds of thousands
Release
of
the
chickens
chicken.
and just like collect them again once the locusts are destroyed.
Look,
well-
I'm a genius. Nobody cares to particularly recognize my genius, and that's okay. What can I say? Except
It's a
you're
beautiful
welcome.
kind of day. What? Huh?
Yeah, exactly.
I wonder how big I should make this forest.
Where are we?
Lake in the middle.
Oh, is that okay? I mean, the reality is, it just you make it too big, I'll make it small.
Now you can see the difference of using large trees and a proper brush here, where it's not
Right.
quite like it was before.
No,
I can
no,
thicken it up
it
a
is
little
not.
bit. But, yeah, the tall trees was
That's nice.
definitely a good idea. I wish the tall trees would consistently spawn tall trees without the occasional small tree. Like these weird bush ones. Like, what's up with that?
I don't know. Never a bad thing though. I don't know. I don't hate them.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be fun.
Bushes matter too. I don't know.
Now, I'm curious. Let me just try speeding this part up because it's on mostly flat ground. Let me down that by half, up that by 24. Okay, yeah, I can do this faster with this brush like this. This area below the lake is supposed to have a bit more forest.
Right.
I guess like here is where the camp. I don't know. By the way, do you have like any thoughts on this area over here? Like just more like spruce or whatever, just in these hills or something?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because like this area,
Like,
I think it was just bald before. I don't remember.
yeah, it was. I think it'd be nice to kind of on the outskirts have like, yeah, that general area you could have some like of the big giant spruce, and then just have some smaller spruce, like regular spruce, up on the actual like mountain area where the town will actually end up
Okay,
being
yeah.
to.
It's so weird, like
Just-
running around some of these areas that I mostly have only had like above view of.
Right. Probably should do this.
Ah. It is funny thinking how much less time it takes to actually do like all the foresting part of this, where it's just like, I don't know, like, I mean, I've already done 2 hours here, but
Right.
I can't imagine it'll be too many streams.
I'm okay with that.
Definitely getting close to complete. Oh.
That pleases me.
Trying to think if there's anything notable I was showing off last stream that that got a little thick. You know what? Maybe I'll lower this to like 16. It seems it wants to spawn trees on like the outer ring of where I am. I was trying to think if there was anything besides showing off all the colored biomes and volcano.
Yeah, which I like seeing.
Which there is like bits and pieces here with like the volcano where like I didn't want to fly around it too much. because
Of course.
I want just you and me
I
probably.
want some organic reaction. I get it.
Right, yeah.
Of course.
Like, I'm still not sure if I'll, like, set that up, just because I don't really know if there would be any way to, like, mirror your, like, a Discord capture or anything, and or if I even want to capture Discord. Um, I definitely at least just in, like, DMs, just have you do a screen capture for me. Just watch you fly around the island, mess around with stuff.
I mean, there's screen share on Discord.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I just
Yeah.
don't know if I'll just do that on stream or not. Probably not.
I see what you mean.
Yeah.
I imagine you could. It'd probably be kind of choppy, but
Right. Also, just like, oh, not everything needs to be streamed.
well, it's true. But you know, it'll be end of the day. I'll just send pictures of all the cities once they're all finished. But who knows how long that'll take? But
Yeah. Oh man. One of the
give me
things.
something to do in December.
One of the things I am gonna do when I send you the files is I'm probably going to send you like, I'll send you the map, but also a text file, probably with like a list of like useful commands I've been using in World Edit that you might want, like a quick like once over of all the like basic controls for it, just so you don't have to go digging through the documentation.
So is this world editor you're using? Is this a separate program?
No, this is just in Minecraft. It's a mod.
Or is it a mod? Okay.
Yeah,
All right. That's what I thought.
But that was the other text file I was going to send you, is probably just a list of the mods that I've been using. Specifically the like some of the ones that are just like convenient to have, like, you know, if you're gonna use Fabric, for instance, you might as well have, like, you know, the mod menu mod, the optimization mods. But yeah, I'll probably have a link for like Distant Horizons because I feel like that's ideal. Things like the no clip, world edit, just a couple. I'm really not using many mods at all. But definitely some of them are just nice to have. But if there's anything else I was gonna send you, probably not much. It really is just like 1 to 2 text files and then the map. Because like the world edit, the text file with some like basics on how to use world edit. I can just like, okay, here's how to set up this brush, or here's some brushes if you want to easily copy and paste. Because like for me, even though it's a lot more brushes than you would ever need, I do just have text files of different brushes, and so I just copy those in as I need them. But yeah, for you, it would just be like a handful of the basic ones, and then like a link to the rest of the documentation if you want to go looking for anything else specific.
Sure.
Though the one thing I'm not sure about, I have to test. I don't think World Edit can, and maybe it can, but I haven't tested it. I don't know if I can copy something from one map and paste it in another, because I think it might reset once the world is closed. So the best program for doing that now, because MC Edit hasn't been updated in a while. The best program is one called Amulet, I think. That's the one I used to actually scale the island up. So I'll have to find you a link for that. Because that might be, if there's like certain buildings you think, oh, I want to keep this, or if I want to keep that, that'll be the easiest way to copy between worlds, I think. How do I feel about these woods? The one weird thing in Minecraft is it's a little hard to tell sometimes. Can be a little hard to tell whether a forest really feels thick enough until you add the grass.
Yeah.
It's kind of one of
Yeah,
those
kind
like
of
notable
hypocritic.
differences between like old Minecraft and new Minecraft is you forget just I don't know. Old Minecraft, it's kind of weird how decent the forests were considering they were basically just this. Um
Right.
but the grass was
There's something nice about it. Like the grass can be nice sometimes, but sometimes it's just a little too busy. I'm very mixed
I
on it
think
sometimes.
sometimes it gets too busy if it's the tall grass.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Which it's weird because like I say tall grass, but like that's originally what the tall grass was, and now tall grass is short grass, and
Funny how that
taller grass
works.
is tall grass. Working on the spruce stuff over here is gonna be fun, just because I have like a specific idea in my head of what I want to do with it. So getting there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like trying to do some of the simpler stuff first, but getting there is gonna be fun. The one thing I I probably will have to do like a pass of the island, but
Right.
one like to clean up some stuff with the trees, because sometimes trees can spawn on top of other trees. um
I've seen that. I think I saw you even in as you're doing what you're doing, do that.
yeah, so the one thing that's gonna save me is that tall, like large oaks spawn their logs sideways. It looks pretty consistent. If they didn't do that, then I'm not sure how I would fix oak trees when they do that. Just because oak trees would just like turn into amorphous blobs of like wood.
Yeah.
They were just solid. Okay. No. Get out of here. The oak trees are going to lose their physical forms and ascend into a problem.
Always a problem.
Sorry. The idea of I've ascended into a problem.
Well, I mean, you know.
Hmm. Whatever
Understand.
floats your boat.
Uh,
Oh, I spawned something there. Slowly flying around. Now, the one thing I didn't think about when I just put this random building down is I know it's
yeah.
probably not going to be a problem to just kind of build whatever town or location around that. Like, let's see, what would be there?
City.
Yeah, that would be like the outskirts of Great City,
Probably.
like down the street from the church.
Yeah.
So it's like probably not gonna be in the way. But it would be funny, like, yeah, I guess, yeah, the church probably over there. So it's just, it is kind of funny that me wanting to like just add an extra building, like you can probably just move the road or modify the road if it's kind of annoying, but I've accidentally like set a guide stone of like how you're going to build the city around almost.
Right. I do like it though. Like I'll definitely. I think I will keep it.
Yeah, because
For sure.
the one realization I had is like it could technically be moved, but then all the teleport things would be horribly
Right.
like messed up.
Oh yes, over here.
I'm just adding a couple trees
Listen,
that you can kill later, I guess.
yeah, I'll do what I do. It's fine.
Come on, just one more tree. Yeah, good enough. Just a handful of trees over here as well. Weird, non-smoothen terrain. Get out of my sight. Oh yeah. Spoilers. One of the little things is over here.
What little things?
One of the teleporters.
Perfect.
I like this location just because I don't know, there's just something satisfying about the way it looks over this.
Hmm.
Another weird hole in the floor. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I thought that cow was a unbroken cartography table for a second. You know what? I have the ability. Pretty sure. Or not. Oh, that's weird. Did it get reset? Or... Oh, I don't have it enabled. That would do it. Sorry, it's one of the extra tools with the no cliff. It lets you fly a little faster.
Hmm.
Here, instead of having you discover it yourself, here's just a sneak peek.
I mean, this was here in the old one.
Yeah, well, I had to rebuild it, so.
So, well, right, but like I would have hoped it was still there. So I'm
Right, you
glad that it
just
is.
I guess the sneak peek is the vague idea of what it looks like. Again, the caves, which I mostly I mostly did keep all of the old caves. The caves though are definitely one of those things where you're gonna like want to like almost like tab back and forth between the two versions just to get an idea for how stupid it is.
Yeah.
I was legitimately like when working on the caves, I was legitimately in a state of like, man, how did I like do these before? And then I went back into the old world and I'm like, oh, I barely did anything. That's what I did. They're so small. Like okay, under fingers is like tree area, or I guess under the
The hut.
jungle. There's like a little cave
Yeah.
under there. I thought it was huge. Like, I thought it was a huge cave because when I started working on this version of the map and it got scaled up 4 times, it's huge. It was huge.
Right.
So like, it kind of erased my knowledge of what the map used to look like.
Right.
It's just goofy, just going back.
No. Yeah. It's so strange, but it's because I'm watching this, and again, like you fly up in the sense of scale. It's like it looks kind of like, you know, the same size because it's got the shape and everything, and then you like go down, and it's like, oh, oh, it's a lot
Yeah,
bigger.
yeah, we'll get to that mountain eventually. Here, let me work on the mountain. Or let me work on the map manually for a bit. uh, is this? Is this just like a single block on top of a hill? I know I'm like stupidly particular about these, but they always mess me up. You can add those yourself.
Not bad being stupidly particular about things.
Yeah, there's just a couple caves. Oh wait, did that reset my? Oh no, I'm not in. No, it did reset it. At first, I thought this feature on the no clip wasn't working. Until I realized I was just using the settings wrong. And, while trying to figure out whether it was working or not, I ended up upping, like, the maximum to, like, 40, thinking, oh, that's 40 speed. No, it's 40 times, or I'm currently using 3 times speed. I'm like, oh, I'll never need that setting that I changed. Am I? Will I? Oops, sorry, Distant Horizons, moving too fast. I know.
Goodness.
Blow
something up.
Right? So, sorry, I'm just looking at the map a little bit, because I know that there's, like, a little bit of forest here. Should this hill still be just, like, plain? Or do you want, like, the sort of wooded biomes to sort of converge up here?
Is this where I wanted the dark oak? Where's...
let me double check
dark
that.
oak?
Where is that version of the map?
Oh, no. This is...
Yeah, there's, like, nothing... Like, because, like, you've got, like, a big place off from, like, over here, apparently.
Let me
Maybe?
Let me find the picture. It's gonna be somewhere. Here. Edit. Alright. Yeah, I don't have any changes. In the original, there's like some trees. It's like a pretty thin forest. Though, who knows? I might just move the city up to the outskirts of there.
Oh yeah, there is a city that kind of comes up close.
There's the city there, and then I have the prison that is in the ocean that just shoots out. That's what that building is there.
Yeah, I had a feeling it was a prison. Couldn't remember though.
Which again, kind of hilarious when you like look at the size of the prison and kind of scale it to the rest of the map.
It is a huge building.
I don't even think like because I think. Let me open up Minecraft and go in there. I don't think it's like terribly because it's like you got the yard and then you got the inside and like how much crime happens on this super
Well, considering some of your lore.
I mean, aside from fingers breaking several misdemeanors and laws, like
I've only got like 20 villains and a chaos god and.
I mean, but they're like, they don't like live on the island.
Okay.
Kind of, maybe, I don't know.
I'm just gonna put some trees up here, not really a forest.
Yeah, you could put a few, and if I decide to take them out, then I take them out.
Yeah,
not
like
gonna really be too.
That'll be one of the many or several brushes that I leave you is the.
Because that's the thing with the big city. It's like, the thing with the big city. It was like, oh, I'm gonna make this 12-story building, and it's like, man, I'm just gonna copy and paste the same thing over and over again because it's gonna drive me nuts doing this many. Just, which maybe I'll be. Who knows what I'll be like now? Because again, it's like, where am I? Oh yeah, I'm up here. It's like, yeah, you're just gonna make a bunch of empty floors of nothing. Like, that's the thing about this old map. It's like you go through, like, 90% of the buildings have no interior design at all.
Yeah.
And some of them have very loose. Like, I think some of them, some of the like revisions or stuff, I Like, let me look at this hospital. Like, I might have made like rooms in
My
it.
computer.
There might be rooms in here, but they're not furnished or anything. Yeah, there's some stairs that lead upstairs. Oh, I have the floor plans to make walls, but I haven't actually made the walls. They're just rudimentary. So, I do like that I used this terracotta, this stained terracotta for the floor. I should need to remember that.
Right? Oh, I'm
But
at...
let me fly all the... I sit here saying, let me fly all the way over to the other side of the island. Yeah, let me fly to the... not that far to the other side of the island, because I still look at these cities and go, I remember when I built these giant, massive city here. It's like...
Squeaky toy noise.
The buildings are very big, right? Yeah, it's like the buildings are kind of cool and really big, but I also got to work on the colors. It's like this looks not great. There'll be a...
I am curious. I wonder. I'm wondering. Not again. I can't escape.
Yeah.
So
the building itself is fairly sizable. How big is it compared to the?
How close to completion
castle?
for the for my work on it? I'm getting there. So okay. If I fly up a bit, I need to add some spruce. Oh yeah, I added the biome for this volcano as well. Fucking scary. So I have to add spruce around there. Like a taiga biome over there. This is a dark oak forest. This is a jungle. So like I think I'll probably be completing this probably next stream, give or take how far I get tonight.
That pleases me greatly.
Right, yeah, like I hope I can complete it that soon. Otherwise, if there's like any like notable final tweaks to do, it's mostly just it's 2 to 3 more streams, like it really kind of depends a little bit. Yeah, after I do the trees, I just have to do flowers and then do grass. And, like, those are kind of mindless in a lot of ways.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like, so the civilization to add to it. Holy moly. Well, that's not my job, so that's not going to be streamed. Unless Will suddenly gets the itch.
Yeah, probably not. It's just, again, it's going to be one of those, like, things that I just kind of work on and sporadically do.
I might do an entire stream some years later once you do like a bunch of work on it, showcasing it. If you
want. Absolutely. Because again, I think with this go around, I do want to be a lot more meticulous with it, and be like, okay, I'm gonna build up the buildings, and as I build them, probably work on like some interior stuff, like look up furniture builds and like ideas and stuff. Like I was playing a mod not too long ago. I just got the itch to be like, I wonder what kind of mods there are, and it's just like there's a furniture mod, and I was like having so much fun, just like, I'm gonna make the kitchen. Let me just throw in the sink and a stove and cupboards, and they look very nice. And I was just like, man, I do kind of wish sometimes that Minecraft just had like furniture.
Right, and like I guess
like
you can look a little bit into building guides for how to do decent furniture.
And there is some pretty decent furniture stuff that you can do, and I'm fine with it. It's like you can usually tell, this is supposed to be a refrigerator, and all of that. But like, I am still kind of proud of this mall. There's nothing in it, but because I again haven't furnished anything. But it's a nice mall. But I think that's the thing. I'm going to start I'm just kind of like look around. I'm going to look around like different Minecraft builds to get some like aesthetic ideas. I'm going to look around like different like towns and cities and like real world stuff and get some ideas. Just kind of like go for it. Kind of not have everything be so eclectic in color, at least per town. Like, and that is... That's the thing.
On this episode, Fingers starts a homeowners association.
You know, that would be a beautiful scam for Mooch to get in on. Like I could see Mooch owning a homeowners association, and again, just not actually caring. It's just like because the way that I'm thinking about it, I have this idea for, again, the inevitable reboot, but it essentially will start out pretty early on, Mooch going through the legal system for one of her schemes, one of her scams, and of course, like everything else, just going in on that and then being like, all right, we're gonna throw the book at you, and so now Mooch has to partake in community service jobs, and those community service jobs are going to be excellent little segues into me being able to inject certain workplace stories and experiences that I've had that, just, played up. I have this, it's just characters, like people that I've had the good fortune to work with and go, these are people that exist in real life.
Oh my god.
And now I'm going to make them a caricature in my stories.
Bring
the
back
names will be changed.
I guess some things from when you were a teenager writing this never go away.
I mean, like, it's insane. Like, some of the people.
Oh my gosh!
I've
the
worked
stories
with,
I get from Dan.
I can't make these stories up. Oh, it's unreal.
The stories I get from Dan, I bet you and him could just go on for hours.
Okay, so here's one of my patented stories, and I say patented stories. I remember this was the one that for years I would just tell. I was like, this is the early years of me working in the hospitality industry and just like, banging my head on the wall. And I look back on it now. The last time I remember telling the story, because I haven't told the story very often in the last few years, and the last time I told the story, I'm telling it and I'm thinking to myself, compared to some of the people that I've worked with since, and the fact that I've also just myself grown up, over the last 8 years, it's like, realistically, this wasn't that bad. Like, you can just be like, okay, this guy's a kid, probably not a lot of work experience, just kind of a bit of a dingus, whatever. But
I guess that would probably contrast with, for instance, stories my brother has had about employees that have worked at the same company for like many years and have to ask him for help, even though he's been there just a couple.
I've had stuff like that. I've had, occasionally we'll get an older person working here, and I remember a couple years ago, there was a guy in his 50s who came and he worked, and he just was so bizarre. Yeah, he's a nice guy and all, but just very interesting. But this other story, I call it the lid.
The lid.
I call it the lid. The lid.
The lid.
And I think you've already figured out where I got that name from. So, this is like this isn't the first year I worked here. This is the first year I came back, where I'm currently working, and I do housekeeping. I remember one day. This, it's summer. It was initially a summer job. I was planning only to be here for the summer, but I remember it was around a couple weeks in, and we had some later, staff coming in, and this one kid comes into the housekeeping department, and I'm like, all right, we got a new guy. That's great. Whatever. I'm not thinking about it. So then I remember it was 4th of July. I remember very specifically because we have a little parade that goes through town on 4th of July, and we watch it. It's 4th of July, and we're starting our morning, and it's like, okay, we're gonna pair you up. As we pair up, we go through the hotel rooms, and we do maid service, and blah blah blah. So we go, and I kind of got a bit of a head cold So I'm like, okay, I got a bit of a head cold, so I'll clean the bathrooms and stuff. So if I, if my nose runs or whatever, I'm not dripping on like sheets as I'm making the beds. So we'll do this little arrangement, and I think that making the beds and doing that is a little bit easier, than bathroom stuff, a little quicker. And so I was like, I'll give you the easy stuff. So we're going. I'm cleaning the bathroom. I wipe everything down. I do everything. I come out to check on the guy, and he's on his first bed and just making it. I'm like, oh goody, it's gonna be one of these days. And we slog through all of these rooms, and it's like, okay, we're gonna get to our last room. The people have already checked out, so we're gonna strip the room of all of the dirty stuff, and we're gonna stock the room with new stuff. Do you know how to do that? And he's like, oh yeah. I'm like, all right, excellent. I'll go in the bathroom. You do the beds. Strip the beds. Now, crap. Interaction time here. If I asked you to strip a dirty bed, what would you do?
I mean, I guess you have pillows, sheets, and an undercover to take off, and does this also involve placing the new covers on?
No, we're just stocking stuff, so we don't have enough time to like completely change over the room, so we're just gonna take the dirty stuff in and put clean stuff in, and then if we have time later in the week, we'll actually remake everything and clean the room. But for now, we're just gonna strip everything, set the new stuff in.
Oh,
So I say, strip these beds. I say, strip these beds. I go in the bathroom to strip out all the dirty stuff in the bathroom. I grab the towels. I come out. I put them in the pile. I look behind me, and he is making the bed with the dirty sheets.
with the dirty sheets.
Wait. With the dirty sheets. Because what we had been doing the whole time, was maid service. It was maid service, and maid service is okay. These people are here for the week. Just make their beds. We don't give them new stuff. We just make them with the stuff because they're the ones who are sleeping in. It's fine, whatever, unless they specifically request clean sheets. So I don't know if he just didn't hear what I asked him to do, or if he was just in the mode of whatever. But I look at him. I was like, nobody's in here. I'm looking at him and I go, what are you doing? And he doesn't. He just looks at me and goes, oh, well, I mean, it's not that bad. And I'm like, what? No, like, people have left. Those are dirty. Like, we gotta strip them. So I walk over, I take the sheets off. It's like this.
He's like handling it like it's his own, like, home sheets. Oh, it doesn't smell yet. I don't have to clean them.
I was like, just do this for the other bed. I go back into the bathroom, I finish stripping that, and I come back out, and he's just standing in the middle of the room. It's like, strip the lid, because before I'd come that summer, I remember somebody had posted in Skype or whatever a meme with that scene, and so that was like in my head, and I was just like, a simple task, just do it, and so we go to another building to start doing that after this one, and we're getting all of our stuff together, and we walk to the first room, and he's supposed to have the vacuum, because he's supposed to be vacuuming the rooms, which I don't think he was really doing in the last building, but again, I was focused on my stuff and fighting off a little head cold, so I was like, where's the vacuum? He goes, well, the rooms might not need to be vacuumed. I was like, no, that's not how this works.
That's not your job.
How this works is
to not do anything.
We're a beach resort, and
it
doesn't matter if it looks like they're dirty. There is most certainly going to be sand in the carpet. Get the vacuum.
And also,
I think I walked and I got the vacuum, mothering the lid to myself over and over again. I come back, I open the first door to the room, and there's goldfish crackers all over the carpet. I was like, and it was unreal. I was just like, this is, but again, minutia aside, and the rest of the summer of this kid just being kind of a ding dong, I look at it as like, he's not the worst offender I witnessed.
Right, yeah, it's pretty standard, oh gosh. Oof.
Because again, a lot of our summer is young kids that this is their first job, so there's a certain amount of understanding that you have with that. So it's like, okay, fine. I've matured. I understand. We got to be a little firmer with them. That's fine. I am okay with a little ding dongery. It's okay. We can work with them. But again, occasionally you'll get somebody who's old enough you'd think they know better. 20s, maybe even older, like I was saying, a guy in his 50s, and he just oh, oh.
Will's broken.
I mean, sometimes people leave, they quit, and you're just like, thank goodness. And you don't think about it. And then there's some people that leave, they go, you know what, I'm glad they're gone, but boy, did they give me some stories.
Right.
Boy, were they a character.
My brother has a lot of work stories for similar
I'm
reasons.
sure.
Though for him, it's just the fact that like customers themselves are usually insane when you're working retail.
In Spain?
Huh?
Insane. Okay, I thought you said in Spain, and I was like, what?
No, yeah, no. He's going insane.
Fortunately, I don't really deal with like customers. Fortunately, really, I'm pretty isolated. So
right, yeah. So you get like
the
co-worker stories, which he gets a bit of those.
I get a lot of those, or subordinates at this point, but
subordinates. But the one thing though, living in Maryland, the idea of not like completely cleaning the sheets like terrifies me, because we're one of those areas that's like known for having bed bug problems.
Oh, those are the worst.
Right.
We get them occasionally, and it's like,
well, everything's getting sealed in a crate and gassed if it's not just thrown away.
We have a heating system, so it's not.
Yeah.
So we just blast a room for.
Oh, right. Yeah. That's one of the other ways you can do it for sure.
But, yeah, it's not fun when it happens, which isn't often, but.
Yeah. So for me, just the idea of not actually fully cleaning the room is just like horrifying as a concept.
Oh yeah.
So like, oh, it doesn't need vacuumed. Like, a human
Yes,
was
it
in
does.
there. A human.
Yes, it does.
It does.
Get it. Do it. Just do it. Clean it. Just do it, please.
It's not the time to be lazy.
It's really not. Now, I will say, out of all of the structures I've made, I am rather proud of this little trailer that I made. This camping trailer. Actually furnished. I actually made it pretty decent. It feels nice.
Hope you never encounter them.
Yeah.
They are.
I'm
assuming they're
I've never,
heavily
like-
North American, but they might be everywhere at this point.
I think they're like, I don't know if they're in the tick family, but it's that kind of.
I feel like they're
You
more
know.
like fleas, if you ask me. Like, they're basically ticks, but they like
It's
function
something like
fleas.
that.
Except for
Well,
unlike fleas, which will like
Eh.
nest in your hair or whatever, like try to become lice. Now fleas can't live off of humans. They're annoying, but they'll live off of pets, but they won't really live off of humans. Bed bugs, they very much live off of humans. They live in your mattresses and
Yeah, they live in like they hide out in the crevices or whatever, like in the like dark spots, and then like come out and just bite you and drink your blood and stuff. And I've never like actually like had problems personally with them.
we
So, like, I've
had a close encounter is my main story where, well, I had a close encounter where somebody in my house Ruben managed to get them, and I'm amazed the rest of the house didn't get infested, because they usually are very persistent, but he did like a good job just like quarantining all his stuff.
yeah. Well, if you get them before they lay eggs or anything, like you're probably fine.
Right, which I don't know. I forget if it was after he traveled or what happened with him, but it was like super unfortunate for him. It was, and that's the thing. It's like you can't even like blame someone, like, for not being careful enough, because they just come with you, and then you have them now.
It just
and
is what it is.
Yeah, yeah, they're vampires. Exactly. You understand. No. But oh gosh, they're a nightmare though. And so like for me, it's the paranoia that like recently there was an instance where I got like a couple like mystery bites and I started getting paranoid about them again, where I'm like, no, 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 no. Luckily, it didn't seem to be bed bugs, but boy, was I worried. And like the timing of why I was worried was like, I think I amplified my paranoia because this was when Gold was visiting, or like, I think the initial bite was like right before.
Is that the bite of 87?
Yeah, 87 bites. No, if you have bed bugs, that's 87 bites. No, so it's like I didn't want to end up giving Gold bed bugs.
Yeah.
So that was part of why I was all paranoid about it, and I made sure Gold's like just in case, don't bring your stuff inside.
Fumigate yourself.
And, yeah, just immediately throw everything through the dryer and all of that. This is gonna need some amount of hands-on. I know this is technically something for you to do, but I kind of couldn't stop myself from the idea of doing it while I still have the jungle unfinished.
A big tree.
Yeah. Specifically, in a very specific location that I'm assuming is going to have a treehouse in it. Which it is basically the central, like, I mean, this hill ended up accidentally being here, right where you tend to put this on the map. So I'm like, yeah, yep, that's the location.
I don't know. Yeah, it's like I have a very specific design that I've just come to use. It's like it's a very inorganic design, but I like it. But this I can use this for something. And again, that's the thing. It's like, what can I use this for? And figuring it out.
I missed the tree, and I just undid it, but I have no idea what I just hit. Like, the brushes in this do not work off of your render distance, and will just brush something half across the map that you cannot see. So
what did I undo?
So it's like I had I have no idea what I undid, but I knew I had to undo it. Man, for me, I haven't had bed bugs, but I've had fleas of all things. Pet brought them in. And those don't last forever, but they're kind of similarly frustrating.
They don't like garlic.
Yeah, like, I mean, they can be taken care of a lot easier by just, like, putting your stuff through the dryer every day. There's like a couple methods. Like it took a little bit of effort, but I did get rid of them. Just debating what I want to do here with the top of the tree. And those are kind of stupid because you can actually catch them when they bite you. But it is kind of goofy. You're chasing down these things that are like cartoonishly just boing.
Yeah. My dog would sometimes have them. Not a lot, but just like enough to like see and go, okay, let's get this thing. Gotta really smush him.
Yeah, I think I remember that being a case. Luckily never encountered lice. It was always the thing that they would talk about, like, in school and in cartoons about school. Lice.
Right?
Yeah.
Never had them. Had, like, lice inspections or whatever at school.
I don't think I can get lice because I have the really stupid habit of, well, not stupid, probably actually logical habit of very regularly running a comb through my hair.
Mm-hmm.
Just as like a, I don't know if it's just my brain itches for it or what.
Right. I used to do that when I had hair, so.
Yeah. I'll probably be saying the same thing eventually. Um, it's also probably one of the main reasons I don't really end up dealing with ticks as much. Because they probably just get, like, showered out and like, brushed out. Mostly. I'd assume.
Yeah. I will be right back.
Alrighty. I think at this point... I'm going to just kind of... add a couple manual logs and... Okay, so this is where things get maybe a little weird. Brush cylinder... So I wouldn't know a difference between feeling that or lice itchy. Oh no. Let's see. Jungle leaves. I don't know what the range on leaves are, so... Oh dear. Okay, maybe that's a bit large. Yeah, the leaves are mostly dying. I think 6 is probably correct. Oh gosh, my game is lagging from like all the block updates. Make sure it doesn't look like it's persistent, but let me set it to false anyway because I do want the natural leaf shape produced out of this. Somewhat natural. You know, whatever you can end up considering natural with the way this is gonna be grown up here. Oh right, cylinders are weird. Oops. Now, one of the layers is dying, so let me go to 4. The chat fading in and out makes it look like where you cut out the part where you code. Yeah, I keep forgetting that's a thing.
I'm back.
My chat fading in and out in the game is just because of the, I don't know, for some reason the no clip does that. Also, hello. Hello, Mario. Yeah, I'll do that one. This is sort of working.
Question is now, do I even want to have like a weird isolated city in the jungle? Like originally it was always like, oh, it's just where Finger's Hut is. Like they just live there by themselves. And I was like, it's kind of weird though, especially with how like societally menaceful they are. Like,
Ah, they just
I
get,
don't know.
They get bored and they have to go out to town and mess with people. They should.
That's pretty much it. But they're not like reclusive in the way where it's like, man, so let's just go and plot our diabolical. Because that was kind of the thing when the series started. They were definitely a little bit more diabolical. So
yeah, like I
You know.
mean, I don't know. Where else on the island can they get a cool giant tree?
right. So I mean,
Sometimes
this-
it's all you
so
need.
this- I don't know. And it's the thing again where I'm kind of glad that I've waited so long to really rework this series because I'm just kind of like I don't really know what I want to do with it. So I don't know.
Doth notteth knoweth.
So. But I am liking what I'm seeing. I mean, to be fair, I've been liking what I've been seeing pretty much the whole time. But I look because again I look at it and I just go like again, this island, as much as this map is bigger than the last, realistically the island's still bigger than this.
Gosh,
And
I'm
like,
thinking converting Minecraft into like actual like meters and everything. I'm trying to think how big it actually would have to be too.
right?
Because I mean, real world scale, like sure it's a bit goofy, but it's decent enough.
You can
You
do
know, like,
it.
I think we
It's not
determined.
the craziest thing.
I mean, it's like what? It's like 2 kilometers by like 3 or 4 kilometers is the current scale.
Right. And
Something
so
like that.
it's just one of those things where it's like there's no reason why there couldn't be more cities or more places because there's just a lot of dead space otherwise.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like yeah,
Space.
why not have a city in the jungle here? Like, because again, it's like, oh, we're researching different ways to have, like, you know, civilization in different climates and areas. And
Well, yeah, I guess
in the
with that
world
part
and
of the
whatever.
plot, that does make a lot of sense to add that, like more than.
Yeah, you know, because I threw it in because I was running out of places to build, so I just built underwater cities. And I was like, I can throw that into the lore because, of course, I probably will take the biggest one I made because I do really like that one.
Which, luckily, you know, the underwater is pretty cool. There's stuff under here now, a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you know, back in this map when everything was just flat and dirt.
Actually,
Oh, hey, look, I'm right by that city in my map. That's funny. Everything's just sand. Why can't I fly? Oh, because I'm swimming.
True. Yeah, so like the underwater now has like around the jungle it has a bit of dirt. Most areas are just sand. The other side of the island has gravel. But wait, did I one second. I need to double check something. Did I wish
I don't know if you've ever seen my underwater cities.
I think you've shown me one.
Yeah, but like the big one is just like really nice because it's like got these big cylinders, towers of like lava through glass with water on the outskirts. It's like it provides light and heat, you know, and then.
Oh my gosh, this is taking forever. I should have just used the teleporter. Again, max speed in spectator mode. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I fixed the transition over here when I was doing this area. The sort of bumpy land got messed up, but it looks like I fixed it. Okay, good. I couldn't remember. Do we remember? No.
I might.
I am kind of curious, now that I have to fly all the way back. Honestly, you should just make a metro system where like
I have that.
Yeah, you should make it so that like the stations have like have like a train car that when you walk in, there's just a button on a command block that teleports you to the other station.
Oh, that wouldn't be a bad idea. Yeah.
I wonder if near the volcano here it would make sense to on this like coral reef put your thing with your like lava tubes, just because it's like kind of a geothermal ish
Yeah.
thing. I don't know.
That is where one of the cities was originally.
Yeah, kind of just thinking about how it would be. I could imagine something suspended over that, almost Subnautica like. Huh.
Hmm.
Oh, that's why there's dirt here. I'm like, why is there dirt over here? It's because there's dirt here. Okay, back to the giant tree, I guess. I'm almost done working on this. This was just like a little side thing I wanted to do.
Yeah. Yeah. Looks good. Step away again for a second.
Undo that one. That one's ugly. That one specific one. Oops. Let's get my shading back.
Alright, I'm back.
Yeah, I wonder whether it looks. What does it look like with fancy leaves enabled? Because I keep forgetting I play the game without, the proper visuals. That looks fine.
Fancy napkins?
Napkins at all?
I don't remember. There was some joke I had with somebody. I don't even remember who it was, but it was just like fancy, and I forget what they were. I don't actually know if it was napkins. I don't even remember the context. Just, I don't know, those things. You just have a certain way of saying something. You just, it was just funny at the time.
Brain worms
Like, I remember
forever.
Yeah, like I remember, like every so often I'll think, like back in high school, like in my math class, we were learning about like polygons or whatever, and there's concave and convex polygons.
Oh, is it one of those ones where it comes up enough in a lesson and suddenly you convex polygons?
Yeah, that's exactly what we say. It's convex polygons, and we just say it like that.
It's funny because I don't think I saw the same thing, but I can immediately understand why it's just stuck in your brain forever now. I mean, I guess Smash Brothers kind of did that to me with Fighting Polygon Team.
Fighting Polygon Team.
That's like the classic.
Do you? I don't know if I mentioned this the last time I was on your stream, or if it was somebody else I was talking to about the rumors of a potential new Smash Brothers game in the works.
Well, I'd assume that they would at least want to port it to whatever console's probably coming out. I don't know, next year or whatever.
Because I heard, I was like, I get these clickbait articles, whatever, and like the case they gave was like, it's like, okay, I could see that, because it was like, oh yeah, we all know that Sakurai said, yeah, maybe this will be the last Smash Brothers I make, yeah, the concept of everyone is here is something we probably won't be able to do again. But somebody was like, yeah, but that was before Smash Brothers Ultimate went on to be the most, the best-selling Smash Brothers game of all time, and one of the best-selling games of all time. I think it's like around 18th best-selling game of all time.
Oh my gosh.
Smash Brothers Ultimate, which is crazy. It makes up 45% of the total game series of the franchise, sales of the franchise.
Whew.
So it's like, yeah, I definitely didn't, like, I remember, like, oh, it's getting accolades and, like, awards and stuff, but I never, like, really, like, thought about, like, the numbers.
Man,
and so
I hate the fact that I got out of habit playing it.
I still play it. Once a week we have like just a bunch of people around, just go and play it. And I don't play it as much as I used to, because I used to be like, when we were in the Smash 4 days, I was like playing all the time. I played on my 3DS, and I was like the guy to beat here, which that was like fantastic. But I was like, so I had that like legacy, and then Ultimate came out, and I kind of just like stepped back slowly and was like, I'm just gonna kind of stop trying so hard because it hurts. Because again, I'm not like great. My technical skill is only so far, and so it's just like I've been fortunate enough to have people here that are just almost as good as me, but not quite. So I'm able to kind of maintain my status as the best here. But now I could just kind
So
of coast back. And so I only have to play like once a week when I'm at the little Smash night we do.
my
But
my problem, I think, ended up being the fact that I'm like lower skill than some like groups that I used to play with, but I'm higher skill than people like my brother.
mhm,
So I'm in that really annoying like subset where I don't really feel like I have anybody like properly like peers to play with.
mhm, yeah.
Um
Yeah, I have a guy that like he's the one that hosts nowadays, but he usually beats me. Like if I like really go at it, I pick a main and I'm like really like trying. We can usually be pretty evenly matched, but like most of the time he just understands like kind of the psychology and like the technical stuff so much more. Kind of keeps on top of it a little bit more than I do. That I just like do these really silly things. It's so frustrating because it's just like I'm gonna play Ganondorf and I'm just gonna do short hop neutral A and like kick everybody in the face. And it's like this is so annoying because I should be able to like because most of the time I get frustrated because it's like I should be able to not get hit by that. And the fact that I was is just because I was stupid and not because like like not to say that's like, oh, he's bad. It's like I was just being an idiot, and like I really need to stop and like think about what I'm doing.
yeah, like
Um,
I've always
Again, I
been
just don't practice.
I've always been the type of player where somebody can basically just spam one move and like my
You know,
brain can't like quite process, okay,
I
this is
still,
this is defeatable.
I'm sorry, I still remember the time where you were doing a stream, and I think it was just you and me at the time. But you went King DDD and I went Isabel, and I just played the whole match shooting you with the slingshot.
Yeah. Yeah. Those kind of situations.
I remember like Gold in the chat. He's like, "This is one of the most boring matches I've ever seen," and I'm like, "I'm sorry, but I'm having too much fun because Isabel is my BM character." It's like I could do something more interesting, but like Isabel thrives with larger targets. I think.
And well, and I
And King
also
DDD is
assume
unfortunately that.
I yeah, like I assume that was in some level of irony as a comment anyway, but oh gosh.
It was though, like that was the thing though.
It was
Like you said that, and I was like, I know it is. I'm being kind of cheeky, like in doing this, because I'm sitting there like going, I'm only having fun because it amuses me that this is working.
Right, yeah.
As it is.
You know what? This tree's probably good enough. I'm not amazing at making trees, but whatever.
I think it looks nice.
I almost want the top to be larger. I could probably do that.
But I've mellowed out a lot since then because that was the thing is like I had to keep up
Well, I
my
mean,
I am the
sometimes-
best at Smash Bros in my circle, and now it's just like I don't care that much. Like yes, I get a little salty if I lose again, mostly because I go I could have won that if I was not being stupid, but
Yeah, like I think
Just, like-
that's the thing though with Smash Brothers is like sometimes just stupid stuff happening is kind of like why we play. Like
but yeah, oh yeah,
yeah.
I was just playing last night, and silly stuff was happening and weird interactions. And one of my friends, he was just like, "This is why I enjoy just watching Smash Brothers because you never know what's gonna happen." Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
But like I recently, because again, most of it's just been the friend group I've been playing with for years. But like every so often, we'll get somebody new who comes here. And like I was playing against this kid who I don't think they really play that much. I don't know. And I was just like, all right, I'm just gonna play. And I just mollywomped him. And I was like, ah, yes, 2016 Williams coming out a little bit, except I'm not quite as gleeful or pantomiming the victory animations when I win, which I was known for.
Oh my gosh.
But anyway, so I saw this article talking about like how Smash Bros. Ultimate like made Buko bucks and got a lot of accolades and all this, and Bandai Namco, like Sakurai is ending his like YouTube series, and Bandai Namco just like the specific studio or like a section of Bandai Namco that worked on Smash Ultimate just was hiring for developers with an expertise and experience in 2D action games from a side view or something like that. I was like, interesting. Because you think about it, and it's like Smash Brothers Ultimate is really quite nutty in just how many unique characters that they've put in. But what do? Do you go even further beyond? Do you just like again kind of go off of that as a base and add features, characters, game modes, stuff like that? Honestly, if they just ported Smash Ultimate but said, "Hey, look at all of these like interesting game modes. I don't even necessarily need the Subspace Emissary. Just give me a melee style adventure mode where it was like interesting and unique areas based off of the games." Like,
yeah, I do think it would be fair to mostly just port the game. Like, I guess like if you're gonna call something Ultimate and like as a baseline, it's probably fair. Like, I don't know. Like, there's probably some little things they could figure out that would be like worth changing about it.
I'm gonna say this, and I feel like this isn't really like a controversial topic, but I thought Smash Run was a fantastic game mode on the 3DS version.
Okay, I don't think I ever got a chance to play that because I never had the 3DS version, but I've heard people liked it.
It was essentially, it was like the city trial in Kirby Air Ride, where you go around this map, beat up enemies, collect power-ups, and then do some kind of special post, a tournament-like thing where it's like, get your character to run down this thing before, race to the finish first, or like beat up as many people as you can, or like, whatever. And it was just like, it was interesting, and I was like, that's a lot of fun. And then Ultimate comes out with World of Light, which was just, I haven't really even done World of Light, because I'm like, this is just...
I started
just kind of boring.
But I also didn't, I didn't finish it. People liked it, but not really all that much, because I feel like admittedly, there's something about World of Light that accidentally kind of makes it maybe seem like just grinding? I don't know.
Right.
You'd think it's not too different from a lot of other Smash Brothers modes, but I guess ultimately, I mean, this is why people liked Subspace Emissary, is they associate it with the platforming segments.
And that's the thing, because it was like, you get the cool cutscenes, but you also get interesting, like, it kind of took the idea that Melee had and went on it further.
Yeah, because like Melee
it is a platform fighter, and you have interesting callbacks to all of these different games. Because it was like in Melee, it's like, this is Mario, this is a Mario level, and then Zelda, it's like, this is like a temple in Zelda except on 2D, or the Metroid escape area is like, this is like Metroid. It's like, it's really cool that you have all this stuff that's just like off all these games. And again, with how many games we have represented in Smash Brothers now, like, I mean, possibilities are endless. Again, do we need some giant, super taxing subspace, with 50 billion cutscenes because we have 80 different characters? I'd be okay with that.
I guess one thing that's undernoted about Smash Ultimate, I keep forgetting, it did have a like kind of Smash Brothers 1 mode. The basic, I forget what that was called.
The classic. Yeah, the classic mode.
Yeah, just classic mode, which
I mean,
I
it has it. Well, yeah, and that's always good.
But like, I guess it's easy to forget because I don't think it had that at launch, did it?
Oh, it did.
Did it?
Mm-hmm.
Man, I forgot about that then. Maybe they update it, or
I don't think so.
Oh.
Because this one they were like, some characters have like special final bosses that aren't Master Hand. Like Link had Ganon, and the Belmonts had Dracula, and stuff like that.
Maybe it was just really cool that classic mode, like some of the later like DLC characters were better or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm thinking.
I mean, I I think they added like home run, like the home run minigame post, unless that was Smash 4. I honestly don't remember.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, part of my brain might be forgetting that the transition from Smash 4 to Ultimate, maybe part of the commentary in my head is that like Ultimate.
Perhaps, but Smash 4 also had classic on launch too. Like all
Yeah,
of the
but
games
like
had that mode.
I thought Smash
But
4's classic was like considered like really bad by comparison. Maybe that's what I'm thinking.
I mean,
I don't
I
know.
don't know. I don't remember. It's been so long.
Um,
I did classic mode to get like custom moves in Smash 4, and that was about it. And once I got
yeah,
those, I never really touched it. I just played with
I
friends.
gosh,
I really, I just want to also say while you're working on this, I like the way the river looks here. I like the land in the middle of it. I think
oh
that looks
yeah,
really good.
yeah. The river. It took some tweaking to get the size right. It was like even thicker than this at one point. Um,
Mm,
it was actually one of those things that I think near the end of one of my streams, either on stream I figured out how to do it easily finally, or I just did it off stream. But it was one of those things where I started doing this part of the river with the sort of
yeah, I remember
gradual
you working on
transition
that.
downward, and I'm like, oh, I'll just do that later. But I did
Looks
actually
good though.
figure out off stream how to easier do this than the method I was using. So that's a nice thing, because Minecraft rivers are terrible, and anything to make them better is kind of nice.
Yeah.
I really wish there was a way to just make all water look like flowing water. Not all water, but you know, all the river water. Um,
Right.
but yeah, the river definitely came out really well. Oh, one second. Let me put the map up, because the map, I really like how the map looks. Because it almost looks like this like weird dinosaur thing. I don't know. So I'm blocking it. So
Yeah, a little bit.
I don't know. It's just like the wiggly mouth and looks like the
hmm
two eyes. It's a little Peppa Pig-esque in that regard. With both eyes on one side. Oh no! Oh, what have I done? I shouldn't have said anything.
Yeah, I might
I,
do a city here now or something.
I feel like
I don't know.
the size of the old jungle was basically just like, I don't know, this is like
I even
corner
put
over
Finger's Hut
here.
there, like right on the corner where like the rivers converge. It's actually a really cool spot. Let me go there here because I think again, like just
Oh my
on the
gosh,
old
yeah.
stuff, it's
One
like
second. Let me open it on mine as well. I'm curious right now.
yeah.
Did Minecraft crash? Oh.
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 I hope
Well,
it saved everything.
hopefully that's fine. Luckily, if anything happened, I do back up the map before
I
every
mean,
stream.
like it's kind of constantly saving, right? Minecraft kind of constantly
Yeah,
saves.
it does. At worst, maybe like
So
part
like
of the jungle's messed up, but
you just some trees or whatever.
right. Yeah, I can just destroy the trees again. It's just awkward because, like, yeah, I have worried. I've done some stupid stuff, which has crashed the game in the past without like losing anything. So I think it's usually fine.
It's so hard to. Good grief. I mean, I guess the hut is right next to the river. To be fair, it's one of the little eyeballs, one of the little eyes of the dinosaur. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's like about 10 blocks from it, so I could put it there. I mean, because you also made at request, you also made it a little bigger, right?
Oh,
Because
yeah,
it's right at the tippy top here or at the side of the
yeah.
jungle.
I
It's
think
so
I made it
funny.
bigger, and then I made it slightly bigger again. I can't remember.
This river's just so it's what, like 4 or 5 blocks.
Well, I think I had to completely remake the river. I can't remember. Maybe not. Well, no, yeah, I definitely had to remake the river because when I
and then all
sized
the
the
trees have all the vines
peninsula,
just sagging into it. Yeah.
yeah, when I made the peninsula larger, the river was like not in the correct spot at all anymore.
Funny,
So I
yeah.
had to move the
That's-
entire river.
That's fine. Where does the river go into?
I actually do wonder with how long this
So-
map has been taking to make. It's just like I wonder whether or not I saved any time by just scaling up the old map, or if it would have like been similar amount of time just to make the map again. I don't know. Probably
I'm fine with the scaling upward because I think it just kind of maintains the integrity of the
it works
original
fine,
really
yeah.
well.
I'm just thinking
So,
how much I
gosh,
redid.
It's so funny just looking at the hut and just how it's because it is practically just at the like the whole of the jungle is pretty much that little area in the middle of the jungle, the old one or the new one. It's funny. So it's like I could put it there and like because it's like if I try to have a city in this one, it's like okay.
Oh yeah,
all
forgive
right.
me, chat, for the lag.
So it's crazy.
Yeah, I was gonna joke.
Loading in.
I thought it was too exaggerated to make a joke for it, but I was gonna joke that one little part of the jungle was like the entire size of the old jungle, but it kind of is, isn't it?
It is.
Oh my gosh, it's
That
so
tree
adorable.
there, that one that's kind of that tree there that's kind of in the middle, like in the clearing. Well, you're down in the water now. That's pretty much where the hut is.
Like
right, not that one. Like that to the left. Well, yeah, you're up.
oh my gosh, this one though.
I'm working off of the stream, which has a
I know.
delay. No, that one. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, okay.
That's kind of where it is. So like maybe a little forward. So it's so funny, so weird.
And the funny thing for
like,
me in spectator mode is just going down into this cave that I'm like, oh, it's huge. No.
Right. Where's the cave entrance? And it's just got all this like assortment of ores and stuff. Because I built a.
Admittedly,
I built a proper little staircase in it.
Admittedly, I did kind of do that in the new caves. There's maybe a bit much on the ore side, but I don't know. It's a island with labs or whatever. They need money.
It's fine.
Diamonds. Yeah. But anyway, yeah. Let me go back to the other map. Again.
I hope that there's not too much damage.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you lots of damage.
It reverted all the way back to the old version. But yeah, then I come back to the actual island, and it's just like, yeah, I could joke that this little area here is basically
Yeah.
the size of the old jungle. It's so stupid.
It feels like it. Like it's not quite, but like
it's like a little smaller, but yeah,
almost.
right, yeah.
That's ridiculous.
It's
That's probably where I'll end up putting the new hut, which is kind of funny. I don't know. I love how I call it a hut. I've always called it a hut. It's never been a hut. It's always just been this giant treehouse thing.
Do I want that close? Probably not. I could probably use the small.
It's just gonna be.
trees. I mean, unless you want to use the giant tree. That's...
Again,
The old hut.
I think
guess,
I'll use it
would
for
have been
something.
Here?
Probably.
Yeah.
No, it was on. Yeah, no, it was up a little bit. That dot. If that's the same dot, the little lake. The lake, your lake, Batman. That one there. Well, yeah. It was just from there. So kind of where that solo tree is.
Oh, yeah. I guess. See, that's where the scales get like weird. Or just like it's so far away from where I think it should be.
But yeah, so I'll probably do something with that. I don't know. I can kind of see if I'm gonna do something with this being like a town or something. You can see that tree being kind of like a centerpiece for it, like a town center.
Yeah.
Just a giant tree.
Each biome kind of did get a sort of centerpiece where like that's got that volcano. You got the big mountain all the way out that way. The big mountain over there. Not the jungle, but the swamp kind of has the hill that you'll put the castle on. This is the big tree. So. Also, I guess if it tells you anything about the differences of the caves, here's a cave entrance, and that's not the only entrance.
I think that's about where, like, there was a cave entrance in the old one.
But then there's, here's a cave entrance, all the way over here. But then
This I have in my hand.
also, if I fly all the way over here. I think it's somewhere around here. Where is it? Ah, there's a cave entrance. And then there's a cave entrance. Like, oh my gosh.
Good.
Okay.
I like it. I like it. I think this has been a worthy project.
Part of me wants to just no clip underground and just throw you into the cave, but I'll let you discover that on your own time, or on a call later when you firsthand finally explore all this. Oh gosh, this is exactly why I need to do cleanup later.
Why? The tree on the tree.
Why does it do this to me? You would think it would know
How could this happen to me?
to not put trees on top of leaves, but I've tried. There's no option.
Put trees on top of leaves.
That's gonna be like a really tall, really thin tree once I'm done with it. Which I am running out of time, so that'll probably have to be next week. Man, I didn't even finish doing all the trees. Oh my gosh.
I mean, to be fair, a lot of ground to cover, but
Right? Holy moly! Holy moly! Okay, I can't really get any on the actual edge here like I want. I can't wait for you to just start a forest fire to fit a town in. Please,
well,
just use,
again, because I
the log brush.
kind of
Don't
cheeky
burn
with
the
my,
tree
I'm
down.
kind of cheeky with my design, so it's like maybe I'll just build it in the trees.
I mean, that's an option.
So I don't know. I'll play around with it when I figure it out. Oh, gosh, this is so much bigger. It's so nice.
Right,
And it looks so good on the map. Like, it doesn't look any like you did any work on it on the map. That's just what it looks like.
Right. I do find it funny because I can see your temptation to add an entire town here. Now that it's just like you had me make it like you had me extend the size of this because like I think the size of the plateau, or not the plateau, but the peninsula was like here, and I like added this whole like extra. You can almost see it a little bit with how I terraformed it. It's almost like an extra bump upwards before it hits the ocean. Because I apparently have an addiction to cliffs. I wanted rounded cliffs. I don't know. It was kind of based on a little bit of what you were saying before, but that's old conversation. This isn't part of my cave. What is this hole here? Get out of here.
Wow, what a hole.
But yeah, so it's just that silliness that it's just so stupidly large. It's like if you don't do anything with it, it's just a massive like green area, which is fine, but I imagine you want to do more than just leave it like that. Much better.
The ocean tree. But I'm gonna get going.
Yeah, I've only got like another 20 minutes anyway, so.
Yeah. This is good. I'm liking this.
I
So,
am liking it as well, actually. Now, the one thing, as I put trees down, that I've realized is that these teleporter rooms are not always as easy to find as I hope. They might be a little lost. Like, there's one on the Cherry Island that I was just trying to find it to leave. I'm like, where did it go? So I might want to do something to make those a little easier to find for you.
well, I mean, I go into the map room and just teleport to them. I'll know where they are.
Oh, yeah, true. But I mean, like, I used it as the teleporter and could not find it again afterward.
Oh, that's fair. Another tree on a tree.
Yeah,
Well, I'll let you keep at it, but thanks. I'll talk to you later.
I'll talk to you later as well. I'm hoping to at least get this jungle done. But, yeah, next week, hopefully, the rest of it. Or,
Woo!
well, might be 2 weeks. I
Most
don't
of the
know.
rest of us. Yeah. Hey, that's fine.
I mean, I'm really close
Alright.
to doing all this. But yeah. See ya.
Talk to you later.
Alrighty. I am stuck in jungle tree limbo. So, I keep forgetting. Discord doesn't... I don't think Discord has any... Like... I mean, like, streamer mode, so it's like... I don't know if it does noises. Because it doesn't do the call noises. Oh, wait, you know what? I'm probably still in call, but he's left, right? Yeah. Get rid of that. Get a little bit of performance back. Yeah, so we did most of the tree planting today. Like, goodness me. Is that one dying? I think that one's dying. It's quite a project, to say the least. Like, yeah, here I'm like, oh, I've done most of the jungle, and then I realize there's this just whole area over there to do. I'm gonna probably want to switch to short jungle? What's small jungle? Okay, small jungle's that. Short jungle is the same thing. Why is election so close to Halloween? Because it's spooky, scary. Because we're all afraid. Halloween is the October surprise. I wonder if I can trace mask through leaves. Trace mask. And they're solid, but I don't think there's light or whatever else would stop it from getting stuck on the leaves. Actually, I think leaves are considered solid for light. So I think I could be wrong, but I think the election is in November specifically for farmers. I know it's also on like a weird weekday because of farmers. Basically, you know, the entire thing is optimized for how the country was run 200 years ago. Or, like, who lived in the country 200 years ago. Actually, I guess who they wanted to vote 200 years ago, because, you know, there are now 3 tree... Yeah, you know, optimized for landowners. Yeah, like daylight savings, elections, like, because I think like election day, wasn't it something related? I know this might just be me reiterating just some weird random thing, but I'm pretty sure there was something to do with making sure that they could still like take their things to the like market or something. I don't know. Basically, it just convenienced them. But also, I guess in November it would be post-harvest for most stuff. Now, the reason why Election Day is basically just one day, unless you live in an area that has established early voting, or... I've already voted, by the way. Mail-in voting... Mail-in voting is beautiful. I got my envelope last week, and I have voted. Um, yeah. Now, actually, I haven't gotten my full confirmation yet, which is the other thing I like about mail-in voting, the fact that I will get a confirmation when it has been tallied, which is nice. Excuse me. But, yeah, the reason why voting, and by default, is, only on one day is because if everyone were allowed to vote, the Republican Party would never win another election. I mean, what? You know, I think Twitch might tally that somewhere. I might be able to check. I swear they tell me, like, what's the most popular emote in the last month. Kamala Harris. The Purple Party. Oh, okay. They do yearly emotes. Now, wait a second. I just remembered Noida Ham is a Frankerface thing. I might be able to check... There might be a tally for how many times it's ever been used, which would probably be all my stream. I'm not sure if any other streamers have it on theirs. Kamala Harris has a ring to it? The Purple Party? Or something else. Noida, go home or go gold? I don't know. Go gold or go home? I got it backwards. Weed eater. Sorry, that is in reference to a VeggieTales joke. I don't know if I've ever given the context, but, 1 second. Let me just grab this for you. I mean, I don't need to... I guess I could just click the video and let the audio play.
Entertainment will be randomly generated.
Randomly generated?
Randomly generated. What better way to achieve the unexpected?
Wait, I think you missed a word. Let me do that again.
In the future, entertainment will be randomly generated.
Randomly generated?
Randomly generated. What better way to achieve the unexpected? I've seen the future, Bob, and the future is autotainment. Hi, Rusty. Hi, Ventrilomatic.
Hi, Larry. Hi, Bob.
Greetings.
Hey, those are robots.
Affirmative.
Not only that, but these guys represent the hosts of the future. Unlike us, their humor can be truly randomly generated. Right, guys?
Why did the chicken cross the road?
I don't know. Why did the chicken cross the road?
Weed eater.
Now that's funny.
That doesn't make any sense.
It's funny because it's unexpected.
Well, whatever happened to it's funny because it's true?
2 + 2 = 4 is true, but not funny. Guys,
What is the solution to the equation 2 + 2?
I don't know. What does 2 + 2 equal?
Weed eater.
that's a good one.
Anyway, there's your context. Anyway, I'm gonna get copyright struck by VeggieTales now. Yeah. As we've determined with the bot, the future of comedy is randomly generated. It's true. It was never not true. Like, I forget how old that VeggieTales clip is. But I like how the video I clicked is like, VeggieTales predicts the internet, basically. Something along those lines. Oh no, the logs on these. No, the logs on these are, they're not sideways for some reason. That's kind of annoying, because I can't do the same thing I can do on the oak trees. I might be able to fix that, though. Yeah, wait a second. Underneath of them is usually air, I think? The bot is doing its job. I think I can fix most of them. I might want to do that before I sign off here. So let me finish doing all the big trees. Just like this area left. This area is huge! Oh my gosh, this tree is way too big. I gotta undo this. It would be so tall. The fact that the big tree over there does actually, like, completely dwarf the rest of the jungle. Oh, I lost my pillow. Oh no. Though I'm not happy with the top of the tree. I don't know. The tree's... It's okay, but it's really not my best work. 1 second. I want my pillow. Weed eater. Like, I feel like the top of the tree really needs to be wider than that, but I don't know. I think I might just leave it like that, because I shouldn't like get too picky about that stuff. I'll have to learn how to make like a good large tree soon. If I want to do the Me and Gold's lore world. Because the central location is Gold's character, Gold. Which is a confusing thing when, like, I know most of the time, unless I'm on the internet, I call you Kyle now. But I guess it's like an oddity with like your OC name is your username because the username is based on the OC name. Like, but then you are your own, and you have your own other like zone at the. Brush, spear, wood. Oh wait, oak, wood. 16. Mask, oak log. G mask. Of air. No. Jungle log. Above. Jungle wood. Okay, some vines are already kind of in the way, but for the most part I can solve this. Despite everything, I'm still me. But gold isn't you. But you is gold. You see the problem? He is partly. Nuh-uh. I did make this out of jungle wood, right? It's not oak, right? This appears to be made of oak. Why is this made of oak? Why did I make this out of oak?
A still image will warp back and forth until unrecognizable.
That also sounds like it's a reference to a video. I mean, I guess the funny part is the equivalent I have is the character Jim. Which the name does come from my own initials. But he was probably more like me when I was a teenager. But he's also very, very much not me. But like, I guess...
There's no such thing as killer stairs.
All I can think of is that one video. But I think the thing that's interesting with Jim is the sort of deviating, like, timelines here. Of, like... He initially was like how I was as, like, maybe more similar to how I was as a teenager. But then as like lore continues on, like character develops and like him as an adult is different than me as an adult. So it's just like, I don't know, it's interesting. I mean, he's definitely different in what he does as an inventor and a doctor. Sure. Uh-huh. Exactly. Okay. He invents doctors. I mean, he's probably invented some medical devices along his career. Though sometimes I almost feel like you would describe him as a tinkerer. Not a mad scientist. A scientist, then. I don't know if I did this area, like this little peninsula. I feel like if that was in Sims 1, maybe that's what I had. I don't know. I don't know what my official job was in my old Sims playthrough. Just because I did just sell gnomes. I should have just sold gnomes. Sold gnomes? Sold. Zelda. I think this is all the large jungle trees I'm going to have. Doing this on this stream is probably a good idea. It is interesting to me that Mojang never updated the trees, because you can kind of understand you can kind of understand why I would think this looks better. Like, this looks better than what was there before. Because, like, why would you have, like, exposed wood? Like, a little weird, you know? Just like, your tree is damaged, dude. I'm just not 100% happy with that tree. Weird, because now I'm thinking about the fact that there's, like, a tree in Subnautica, like an underwater tree that looks weirdly similar. I knew that joke was coming. The moment it happened, it was inevitable. I guess exposed, like, rings is probably also a more accurate thing to say anyway. Almost done cleaning all of this up. This ended up being kind of an important task. Just because the jungle trees need fixed. They need fixed really bad once I'm done with them. Okay, so the next is... Oh, wait. I'm just gonna go until I'm done this specific task. Is this one not correct? That's weird. Huh. That must be over leaves. Whatever. Yeah, a couple of these still won't be correct. Well, wait a second. Oh, no, this one was over vines. Vine is over. Man, so determined to reject TikTok. Still references Vine. You know what? Probably, would make a person go almost insane. I don't know. I don't know why it would make you go insane, but referencing the app that existed right before TikTok, which was what? Musical.ly? I wonder how many people actually remember that was a thing. The proto TikTok. Because it was like the same general format. to what TikTok started as. In fact, it's probably 90% of why TikTok is so full of people just like dancing. Because I'm assuming people did like some of the dancing stuff on Vine, but I don't remember it being as much of a thing for Vine. Fun fact. I actually did try to make a Vine account. But my phone was actually so bad that I couldn't really record anything of substance, and I didn't really bother to figure out how to get around, like how to like I guess make things on the computer and then put them on my phone and then. True, yeah, Vine was only 6 seconds. It was like super condensed. I kind of forget that was how that worked. Yeah. It was like ultra brain rot, but I guess it was brain rot enough you couldn't really do much with it. Like, yeah. ...90-minute TikToks. I mean, everything eventually just becomes... like, everything sort of, like, averages out to basically being YouTube. So if I do under jungle leaves... I think I can basically cap off all the jungle trees. Yeah. The point is, send more money. Will send more stuff. I don't know. I think the weird thing is I feel like I've heard that the restriction was always basically just a vague upload restriction. And I think on YouTube Shorts as well, people eventually figure out how to sort of break it. And upload those super long ones. So I guess they just make, like, it was functionally always possible. Just not, like, legal, basically, is the way I could put it. Not allowed. I think for the most part, the jungle shouldn't explode next time when I try to fix it. Do you think Musically was trying to take over the world? Because, like, the fact that Vine failed as a format makes me, I guess, look back on it almost innocently. It was so short and terrible and stupid. You couldn't do damage with it. And Musically was so brain dead with people just, like, dancing at each other. It was like, I don't know. They weren't good. But, they weren't where we are now. Okay, so I'm actually going to Ah, scream. Twitter was always trying to destroy the world, I guess, though. And wasn't Vine, like... It was either made by or bought by Twitter. Twitter was always trying to destroy the world. Its new masters just, have a more guided approach to how much destruction. And by guided, I mean absolute chaos. I mean, what? Yeah, so anyway, I need to add smaller jungle trees next time. I'll have to remember that. Technically, I'm not done the trees in the jungle yet. Eventually I'll do this, clean up. That's just a really tall tree. That's all it is. That tree is weird. That tree is literally just part of the other tree. I don't think... Yeah, I think it is centered, so... Oops. That tree's just how that looks. That's actually one I don't recognize, but it sounds oddly familiar. Oh no, I didn't clean up the jungle trees over here. 1 second, I've got to do this now! So yeah, I have a couple places that I need to work on. Okay, just give me a second. I can do this area. This will just take a second. Oh wait. Vines. Okay, and then above. Where air. And then above jungle wood. Okay. I feel like it sounds real. But it might have just been outside of my radar as a person. Okay, one more thing I have to do before I end the stream is actually fly around and document the changes. These trees aren't really popping up on the map. Wait, that's not because I'm in this mode, right? No, they're just not popping up on the map. I think I explicitly like this mode because it lets me do this and get the trees. Yeah, the trees aren't thick enough to actually map. So there's 2 green markers stuck on the map now that I can't get rid of, and I think it's a bug. There's bugs on my map. Oh, right. I could be wrong, but maybe trees... No, trees have to be part of the map. That wouldn't make sense for trees not to be on the map. I guess they're just so small. I know grass... I think grass is a different color. Kind of unfortunate that the biome colors aren't included. Caterpillars? Yeah, there's caterpillars everywhere. They're catering. Caterpillars. Oop, 1 second. We're off the map. Yeah, get those trees. You have to have like a pretty intense forest for it to actually register. Almost makes some of these woods seem a bit small on the map. When they're like, I mean, you look off in the distance and it looks plenty forested. Biomes aplenty. Trust me, this is very important for me. I need this. This has great meaning for me. This is a big moment. Something, something, whatever else Garo says when he's being punched by Saitama. Gosh, the weird trees. Oh no, are these the same way? Are they... Yeah, they've got logs underneath. Why are only the oak trees work properly? I can fix these as well. I like how it's not even me being picky about how the logs should look. It's just about the fact that there's no other reasonable way for me to fix the map. For like some of the mistakes that happen along the way. And it's like, oh well, it'll look good. But it's not exactly the full intention of why we're doing this. I did like the upper half of the map. I didn't even get the spruce forests. Crazy. Also, it's kind of ironic because of the leaf color differences. The dark oak is actually lighter leaves than the birch trees in this biome. That one's got to be like super tall looking. Man, this is such a subtle thing on the map. Is it even really worth spending all this time doing this? Oh my gosh. Okay. Just the one more area to double check. Oh, we're going nearly exactly 4 hours. Just because this last moment is taking so long. I should double check to make sure the oak trees grow like this. Like, yeah, well, it's sideways. Wait, no, yeah, they're sideways logs. I mean, that's still usable. My theory on Switch 2 names would be... they're probably going to want to keep it Switch-esque. But, they probably deep down heavily desire to try a Wii U name again. But are now terrified at people misunderstanding what the Wii U was. So it's probably going to end up having to be something like, either actually like Switch 2 or a name that's similar but expresses it as a different thing. Wait, what? Am I in the wrong spot? I'm confused. Why is my FOV not correct? What did I have it at previously? Was it actually at 80? Huh. It must have been at 80. Let me just double check that this screenshot looks correct. Yeah, this screenshot looks correct. I must have just had it at 80. Oh yeah, I didn't get the sort of wooded area over there, but whatever, it's fine. so subtle, but you can tell I made progress. So I'm just tabbing through it. Everything is plus these days. I'm almost not sure if you would want to go with a plus title. Switch Plus, would that be obvious enough? Like, I feel like Nintendo's should have learned their lesson. Because, like, Switch Pro or OLED Switch or whatever else, those are, like, different enough. Now, like, I guess the other thing is, it also depends if it's fully backwards compatible. Like, if it is just trying to be a visual, like, upgrade version. More than anything. If it's fully backwards compatible, you might get something. But the Wii U's whole problem was the fact that it wasn't backwards compatible. Well, it kind of was. But, yeah, it really was confusing. I guess it was backwards compatible, but, it wasn't, like, forwards compatible, which is the one thing that, like, I don't know. You can't... Or forwards compatible? No, wait. Oh, gosh. Sorry, my brain's melting. I should probably end the stream. You couldn't play Wii U games on a Wii, is sort of the weird thing. And I guess that's the sort of weird thing is Nintendo has to understand that their consumers are not going to, be a big fan of something that they can't. That makes them think, oh, I could just get the games on the one and not the other. Blah, 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 blah. I'm leaving. Bye. Sleep well.